It's on.
And we're live. Hello, everybody. So let me ask you this. Night Strike, while I got you here. So when I set everything up, I set it up just like I did. And normally I'll go live. I'll hit the go live button, and then I'll go finish everything up. And then, once everybody's here and so, whatever, then I'll go live on YouTube and the whole thing gets shot out the interwebs. Right. I did that for sure. And when I first set it up, I heard it say you are live. I'm just letting you know, because
you might have pressed the button or something might have happened and it stopped. But either way, it's working now. So let's cross our fingers and just move on.
Oh no, no, we're cool. I just wanted to let you know, man, because you're the man and shit.
I've already been working on it tonight because Rich broke it. Rich broke it.
It broke itself.
Hey, Betty, shut your shit down.
Yeah.
See, Rich, this is why we can't have nice things.
Yeah, Rich. Jerk.
Okay, how did Rich break it? Come on, fill me in. How did he break the
You don't need to know that. That'll be
Rich broke it by I went into a chat and it wasn't working and I had to go and log into the servers and fix it. That's how I know he broke it.
What a jerk. You son of a bitch.
Son of a bitch. How dare you? How dare you?
Any moment that I have to go and lift a finger of code to go and fix, it's your fault.
You stole Night Strike's childhood.
There it is.
Well,
whatever happened to the rule that it's always Night Strike's fault, even when it isn't?
That's true. That was a thing for a while. And
it was.
You got to go with the odds, right? You got to go with the odds.
I think the odds are rigged, but that's just me.
Well, we're all out here, and I don't think a single one of us is rigged.
Well, I don't know. I heard Gizzard Gary has done a lot of rigging in his past.
Chicken rigger. Damn chicken rigger.
Well, sometimes you gotta rig stuff properly so your lot lizard gizzard fixers can distribute their steaming hot gizzards.
I know, right?
Damn lot. Yeah, lizard. The lizard's gizzards. I'm telling you, one of these days, we're not gonna hear from Gary for a couple of weeks, and then next thing you know, we're gonna be reading him in Forbes magazine that he's just creeping up on Bloomberg in total revenue, total money, and it's all gonna be because of lizards gizzards, and we're not gonna get nothing. He's gonna leave us in the goddamn dust. He won't call, he won't write. It's like later, suckers, and he's going to be toast.
And then he's going to turn around. He's going to start to try to pass anti-gun legislation, or at least provide the money for it.
Oh no!
He's going to sue. He's going to sue Dirk. He's going to sue Dirk and Tactical out of existence for sending him the wrong bolt carrier. First of all, poor guys. That poor kid that dug in that box and got that bolt carrier. He's screwed, man. He might as well just give it up.
Hey, obnoxious!
He's gonna be living in a shack
down by the river.
What?
Go check your YouTube studio real quick.
Oh
my God!
That's a weird thing to tell me.
Are your subs diving?
No, they fixed it.
Are they diving?
No,
diving.
They're back up.
They fixed it.
We've had to hear about this for a week now. How it's not 100% accurate.
100%. We were losing 40 a night.
You weren't losing anything.
In studio, we were
losing nothing.
In studio, we were.
It was merely inaccurate.
Look at this guy. Thinks he's freaking tough. Look at this guy. Yeah.
Wait. They said no handling guns. They said no handling guns. So get the camera a little bit higher. We can see your guns.
What's up? What's going on, buddy?
Yeah, let's hat on. This guy's walking around with no soap.
What is that? What's up with that ridiculous picture?
It's hot out. I can hear it already. He's like, no shoes, no shirt, no problem.
Remember this guy right here, he's Australian, so obviously, he's up early tonight.
Well,
or this morning, I guess.
Now you got to remember, Vandal's heard us talking so much about Porky Piggin, but since he's in the southern hemisphere, not only does his toilets flow backwards and it's 90 degrees in December, but for him, Porky Piggin is just no shirt.
Right.
Yeah, there you
Right.
Hey,
Yep, never thought of that.
speaking of great weather, dude, I was at the range 2 days ago in Northern Ohio in my t-shirt. It's been unseasonably warm. I'm sure we're going to get nailed.
So you were Porky Piggin?
I don't know. I do want to
down
ask.
there.
I want to ask, what's that tattoo he has on his chest? What is
Actually,
that?
down there they call it pig porkin.
Pig porkin.
Piggy porkin.
That sounds a little more derogatory, pig porkin, but okay.
That sounds more like Alabama than Australia.
Well, it's porky piggin up here.
Actually, that sounds more like New Zealand.
South of the equator, it's called pig porkin.
So
flexing so much, you're gonna poop your pants.
Oh, I've done that enough. I don't know. Yeah, never mind. What is?
I'm sure you have, Anna.
Oh, hey, where's Grandpa panties?
No, I do not. But
But he may
probably
need them.
won't be the bad idea too.
He wears adult diapers.
I do not.
Only when he goes to the all-you-can-eat atomic wing night.
There you go. I poop my pants gracefully.
Graceful. There's a grace. It's like ballet.
Gracefully.
I shat myself gracefully.
It's like ballet.
Yes.
Excuse me, sir. I do believe that the food that was in my stomach made its way to its large intestine and out the back side of my pants. If you'll excuse me, I need to go clean. Yeah.
All right, let's see who the heck's out there.
Is that a hyena in here?
Ape's out there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
No, that was me laughing.
You just got chicken wing stuck in your throat. Ape's out there. Daniel Pfeiffer, Snob, Weston Probst out there. Mystic Guns, Snob. The better half's keeping an eye on you. Better watch out. Armaments out there. Pete's out there. Pete, you got a link if you want it. Glimtech, Obnoxious, C4. Moo, you got a link if you want it. Ozzy, if you want a link. If anybody wants one and you didn't get one, just let me know. Erstwhile, how you doing, buddy? I don't know that I've ever seen you here, so I've seen you in other chats. So thanks for swinging in. Honda, I could not find your dang email again. So if anybody wants to shoot Honda a link, go ahead.
Amber said she wants a link.
Amber wants a link. And who just popped in? We just got P11. How you doing, buddy?
King
Never
Crab.
fear, I is here. Jorge is here. YP is here. What's going on, everybody?
So hold on. Is there like some kind of schism going on with the Travi since you didn't recognize your fearless leader?
I just noticed that somebody popped in. I didn't see. There's freaking so many people in here. Sometimes it's hard.
We got like
The leader of the
13
Travi
feet.
is here.
Yeah.
So some respect.
The Travi is here.
Yeah, we're good. We're good.
Travi.
Moo, you didn't get a link? All right. Well, let me shoot Moo a link so he doesn't. I don't want him tearing up.
Yeah, we better
Our
move
Travi
over.
resistance is futile.
Yeah.
I just want to say that is the best Snob has ever looked.
Right.
It is.
I appreciate it.
No, I think the best he's
right.
looked is when he started to blend into his chroma key for his blue screen, and we got kind of the weird.
Oh, that was good too.
Ghost Snob, yeah.
Gmail. Compose.
I think I'm gonna put my green screen back up.
Oh man, your green screen was a damn mess every time you had it, though.
It was funny though.
Well, I might actually hook up my lights right if I put it back up this time.
Oh, that's a good idea. Yeah.
Then you could have a green screen battle.
But you were always fighting with the damn thing, man. You always
Because I
had.
never had my lights hooked up right. I didn't want to move them.
You were always invisible, and your shirts were disappearing, and your hats were disappearing, and
Well, yeah,
I mean, I was kind of like vandalistic if my shirts were disappearing.
Hey,
He needs to hook that back up again so, Gizzard can learn how not to do with a green screen.
yeah, there you go.
His shirts are usually ripping open.
I'm
Like
looking.
the Incredible
You
Hulk.
bastards.
I'm looking at Snob, thinking that he might be invisible because he's all in green screen clothing, and maybe he could be sitting in that chair, and we don't know it because he's invisible on his green screen. Maybe
Down there,
No, we don't
Down
hear
there.
it this weekend.
down there in Australia, they call Down there in Australia, they call platypus there the indigenous Hulk. It's pretty cool there.
The indigenous Hulk.
So where is Angry? You leave Angry out of this.
Jixer's out there. What's going on? Moo's hopping in here. Ghost is out there. Hey, Ghost, how's it going? Jorge, we said that. The wife's out there. Everybody in my house is sick, so she might be upsetting the little guy a little bit. I'm feeling like garbage. I've been sick since I've started feeling sick on Tuesday. So I had to be sick for Christmas. We all had to be sick for Christmas again. We were sick for Christmas last year too. At least he was. I always get it.
Well, you can go on to bed. And we'll take care of the show for you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there you go.
You need to stop, getting sick and bringing it home.
It's not me. It's kids in preschool, man. Man, you get all these kids together and they're just swapping germs. It's tough. It's 100% true what they say, man. When you put your kids in daycare or preschool, man, they bring home some stuff, and then she gets sick, and then a couple days later, I'll get sick, and yeah, it's nasty. Travis T said he's getting sick. I know a lot of people have been. A bunch of people have been. It's not just me, obviously, but.
I mean, just look at Travis P11 over there. Think about how many times he gets sick, and he has to be around kids all the damn time.
I don't, dude.
Yeah. The only thing, though, is he's with older kids. So they're not as.
You
they
guys
have some
don't
better
have to
immune
Hey,
systems.
you don't have to believe me if you don't want to. I've never actually taken a sick day at work.
I don't believe that.
No, you
Oh,
can.
so
You
you're
can
one of
call.
those.
You
You're
can
one of those
call.
guys who
No.
like infects his kids.
No, I mean everybody else is dying with TB and colds and coughs. I'm like, I'm also go to school too. Everybody else is hacking up a lung. Why not me too? So, no, I get sick on
with TB.
I was going to say you said TB, like tuberculosis. TB.
Yeah, well, that's what it sounds like sometimes. When 40 kids are coughing at the same time. But
Travis, does your district health plan include coverage for an iron lung that you can just kind of wheel yourself around in?
Oh yeah. I've got $1 million in insurance, so I'm good. So yeah. But seriously, I've never. It seems like I only get sick on breaks and when we're out in the summertime at the end of the school year. And
well, I will say this though.
I was just going to say now I'm picturing Travis in an iron lung.
Yeah, there you go.
Being wheeled in.
What were you going to say, Midnight?
And wheeled into the classroom teaching in an iron lung.
We'll get him not nowadays they use plastic lungs. It's a lot cheaper.
Yeah,
I will say this though, Travis, what you said about you don't get sick during school, you'll get sick after during the summer or whatever. I'm the same way, man. I think it's sort of a safety mechanism of the human body. Like I think sometimes the body knows when it has to fight through, and it knows when it can't be sick. When there's something big going on. Because I was around sick people for the last month or whatever. But we had such a busy last 2 weeks before Christmas, and this has happened to me before, where I'll come into holidays that are going to be busy, or stretches at the restaurant where we're really short staffed. And, after that period's over and things settle down, or we get some people hired, then I'll get sick. And it's like, I know it probably sounds stupid. It sounds probably like, nah, it's just a coincidence or whatever, but it's been happening for years like that with me. And I to hear other people say something like that, I kind of nod my head and I think, yeah, you know what I mean? There's something about it. Like, I think your body is strong enough to, it's mind over matter kind of thing, where it's like, I can't get sick now. There's no way I can be sick because I need to handle this stuff. This is important. I gotta, and adrenaline kicks in or something, it's almost like adrenaline kicking in a situation, but it's not. It's like your immune system maybe. And then when it's all over, you just fall the hell apart. And that tends to be what happens is
vacation time, the holidays and stuff like that. Yeah.
So.
No, I wouldn't lie about that. There's no reason to lie. I mean, I just don't. I'll get a head cold or I might get a runny nose or a cough, but it's not worth staying home. Or once you get up and get moving around, you don't feel as bad as you when you're laying there in bed waking up, But just being around so many people in the confined area. But I mean, I got a buddy, my best friend works in an office, and he gets sick all the time. I mean, well, he's got kids, and like you said before, the kids bring stuff home from daycare, and then he gets crud and head crud and chest coughs and this and that, you know. But no, I just don't. You know, it just doesn't happen. So I don't know.
Clearly, the problem isn't.
We're not sticking up to stay home, I should say, but yeah.
Yeah. Ghost misspelled something, and it almost made what he said funnier. He says, my gonorrhea keeps giving me fits, but I don't want to call in and tell them why. But when he misspelled giving, and he almost spelled, my gonorrhea keeps HIV-ing me fits.
Oh, God. Hiving?
Hashtag, yeah, hiving. Hashtag man-whore problems. Yeah, I hear you, man. That's brutal. You got to stop going to those cheap massage parlors and stuff.
Ghost, you can't keep hogging all the gonorrhea syphilis vaccine for yourself. You got to spread that around, or actually, don't spread that around. Keep it to yourself.
Yeah, keep that shit down there in Arkansas. How'd they come up with that? Arkansas, Arkansas, and Kansas. I don't know. Wonder what's going on there. That's weird.
One of them is clearly Arkansas.
Right, one of them's there, but why isn't it Arkansas and their Kansas? Why doesn't Gary live in THER, Kansas, their Kansas?
Wow.
So who we got in here other than everybody on goddamn gun channels? Glimtech, what's going on? You're way at the top left for me.
Nothing shoots over ever to get to these intros.
Yeah, see, like I said on my screen, I'm all the way down at the bottom. I'm stuck
Admit it,
down
you
here with
missed
Travis,
chats.
but that's okay.
Your internet doesn't like you as much. Do you have a shoot today?
Nope. Nothing until the second week of January, second Sunday of January. We're all for 3 weeks.
All right.
So other than that, a whole lot of nothing, trying to survive the next couple of days. Hope everybody has a good New Year's. Don't do anything stupid.
I saw kind of a neat thing on Instagram. I just skimmed through Instagram real quick while I had a little guy in Bath, and they had AAA is running a little thing, and Gunpowder Beauty posted it, where
this hacking of the lungs brought to you by Preschool.
Yeah, son of a bitch.
By Play-Doh, Elmer's Glue, and Crayola.
Yeah, it was I think AAA was running a service where how are they calling it? Tipsy Trolley or something? Tipsy something. It had like a funny little name, and it was on New Year's Eve. They had a number that you could call if you were out, so you didn't drink and drive. They would get you and your car home for free. So that was pretty sweet.
Yeah, Phoenix has Chandler, Glendale, and Mesa. They have deals with Uber and Lyft, and they'll run you around pretty much all night for $5. Different cities are picking up the tab. So it costs you $5 out of pocket, but you pretty much will have a ride anywhere you want all night.
Wow. Yeah. Tipsy Toe, Weston Probe says. Travis T says where he's at, it's toe to go. Yeah, I've never heard of anybody. I've heard of places trying to do, like, they do deals, or they do I know a couple of years ago I'd heard like different cabs or whatever, I don't know if it was cabs or Uber, they would have sort of an agreement with different restaurants or bars that if you called from there, they gave you a special deal. You know, it was like a discounted rate for the night or something. But I've never heard anything like this. I mean, I'm not a drinker anymore. I guess maybe that's why I don't, but haven't heard about it. I'm really paying attention to that kind of stuff. But it's pretty sweet. It's a pretty cool idea, man. It should be a really cool thing to implement try and implement all the time. I know it'd be total chaos for towing companies, but I mean, if they did a reasonable rate and you weren't afraid to, you weren't afraid to call them, get yourself and your car home, because that's what a lot of people do. Is they're like, oh man, I got to come down tomorrow and get my car, and I got to call somebody to drive me down here. I got to pay to get home or whatever. So, kind of neat. Gizzard, what's going on? You had a chat this morning.
Not a whole lot, man. Thanks for the invite.
Yeah. How'd it go? Heard you guys doing some road chat with, was it Single Shot, right? He was on the road?
Yeah, Single Shot was on there off and on. Black Cat was there for a while. We had Foos.
Yeah, I was listening a little bit while Foos was on, just for a couple of minutes. Yeah, a little bit, not too long.
We typically was running around 4 people on the chat. Snob was on there for a while. No, it was good. We kept going all 4 hours, but the crew kept switching up, which is fine. People come and go. Nobody wants to sit there for 4 hours. So.
Yeah.
But it was good to run the program for a change and still had an audience out there.
Yeah.
It was good.
There's always somebody that's looking for something to listen to, while they're doing, even if they're just doing stuff around the house or whatnot.
Yep. I figured I was home on a Sunday. I'd fire one up and see if anybody was interested. And by golly, they were out there. So.
That's really the best. That's really the best part of. For me, I mean, that's one of the best parts of gaining subscribers, is that when you do go live, you've got people watching. When you're first starting out, and you only have a couple of people in the chat room, that's all fine and good, and you can get into some good conversations. But when you got 10 or 12 or 15 people out there to bounce stuff off of, and a couple of people on the panel, it's so much more fun, and it's easier. The shows kind of, I don't want to say they write themselves, but there's a lot of shows that you can have one topic and take up the whole damn show, as it just kind of spins into the next thing, into the next thing, into the next thing. It's cool.
Hey, Midnight, you want a good
topic
for tonight? I said you want a good topic for tonight. How about the church shooting in Texas, where
you can talk about it a little bit.
It didn't go far because people in the church went, I don't think so. Yep.
Well, I guess we'll talk about it. What's that? What'd you say, Bob?
ANA looks all 8-bit for some reason.
What?
Sarge, I got a spinning. I got something working up here in the background. Hold on a second.
No,
Sarge, what's going on? You detain anybody today?
No. I went and watched the
No.
last Star Wars movie. That was pretty good.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah? Well, I watched Frozen 2, so, yeah.
Ooh. That's pretty cool.
And it was damn good. I recommend it.
So you like that new woke Star Wars there, Sarge? Sorry to hear that.
I don't think this one was supposed to. I don't think that was. I think this one was supposed to be fine. I think the last one is the one that what got all wonky on them.
Yeah, this current one, they're trying to distance themselves as far as possible from that, to the point of even taking jabs at the last movie. So,
Herb Noxious, what's happening?
Nothing at all. Nope.
Nothing and stuff?
Not a damn thing.
Gun-toting Pacifist says Frozen was good. Frozen 2 was good. It was really good. It was fun. Ohio 45's out there. What's going on? Poor conservatives out there. Snob, what's up? Even though you're not in your camp, where are you at, buddy? Can't see you.
I'm hiding under the desk.
Yeah, I guess so.
No, for some reason,
Now what you do to her?
That's where your
I left,
Zelda's mom.
I left my OBS on, but I brought my laptop in the house, so it's just like froze on the last picture it had on the screen. So I just left the camera. I was like, screw it.
That's funny.
Nothing's up. Nothing.
Sarge,
Well, at
mute your
least we
mic.
got that. At least we got your. At least we got your shotgun there, or whatever that is. Was that a shotgun?
Yeah.
I don't know if it's a shotgun.
Well, there's a shotgun and a revolving carbine up there. Gotta have both. Them high quality Hobby Lobby firearms.
Gun Tony Pacifist says, "Is Snob wearing camo?" Pacifist, I don't have your email. If you want to jump in, somebody can shoot you an email. No big deal. I don't think I have it.
I can send it to him. I've got it.
Yeah, that's fine. Go ahead. Ape, what's happening, buddy?
Absolutely nothing.
We're almost halfway through. Armament, what's going down?
Not a lot, man. Just dropped a new video today. I'm eating a chicken wing, by the way. Sorry, Gary. We were lucky enough to have Splatterburst Targets sponsor us, and they're sending us targets, and that's pretty cool. Other than that, Merry Christmas, Happy New Year.
Absolutely. Roll call, what's happening, buddy?
Went to Snob School of Shilling.
There you go.
What's going on, man? Thanks for having me.
Yeah, anytime, man. Night Strike, what's happening? Gary says, "Let's see how many people we can pilot. Let's see if we can bottom out GunTube."
Can we break it?
You know what's happening. Speaking of GunTube, have you been to GunTube.org yet? New things are
No,
happening.
not for a little while. What's up?
I'm working on getting everything.
You got new
back
things
up.
and stuff?
Yep, we got live streaming back, working properly, recording. We've got new software. Everything is working like it should be. So, yeah, hey, how about that? GunTube.org's back.
Very good. Very cool. Rich, what's happening? How's the show tonight?
It was a show. We were old.
Okay.
That's not what I'd say.
That's what she said.
It was something, but a show, I don't know.
Giggity.
Zip it, Night Strike.
Hey, it's always
Shut up, Moo.
the same show when Moo's on the panel. Come on.
I already have you guys separated. I don't have to separate you more.
Fight.
Giggity goo.
Platypus, what's happening?
Giggity goo!
Not much. Just Christmas with the family, and now I'm just got another week off work. So hot weather, beer, all that stuff.
Is that a Foster's?
No, it's Asahi.
It's what?
Asahi Super Dry?
Yeah.
Japanese beer. That's good stuff, man.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, Ghost, hop in here. It says 2.5 hours and we're still doing intros. 40 people in the panel. Come on in here. Come on in here, Ghost. Two Live Moo, what's going on?
Come on, Ghost.
Yeah, Ghost, I got a chair right next to me for you.
He even has crayons.
I've got
The
crayons.
big 64 pack Crayolas.
Yeah, your
Get a
favorite
coloring book.
Oh, jeez. Now you got Nice Bear hitting on Ghost.
No.
Oh, man.
No.
No.
Rich, just stop while you're ahead.
Luckily, the intros are the
You're
only
the one
stuff
who's
that's
listening.
Mean Mia.
Rich, you're the one who lives in West Virginia.
Yeah, but Deliverance was farther south, brother.
I think Moo fell asleep. P11, what's going on, man? Good to see you.
No, I was waiting for all the conversation
not
to
much,
go
man.
down.
Well, you can't do that.
Yeah, I was gonna say not on here.
Oh yeah.
I have a small YouTube channel. There's not a lot on it, but if you want to go check it out, I'd really appreciate that. But otherwise, we got a little podcast we do on Monday nights called Caliber Corner. 6 o'clock Central Time, 7 o'clock East Coast Time, and we talk about a little bit of everything firearms related. So check it out. Thank you for the invite, man.
Sons of
Okay,
bitches.
we'll go back to Fat Man here.
Catwoman
Okay,
here.
we're going to Fat Man. What's up?
I am Fat Man. all you pansies talking about being sick. I ain't got time for that. Peace.
Just exactly. How much have you had to drink tonight, Moo? Are you on roll call level or ANA
All of
level
it.
at this point?
I think he's beyond me. So, you know.
I think he's a mixture of both tonight.
Oh, you pansies.
On that one, I'm going to pour another, okay?
Please don't.
Moo, how unsober are you?
Unsober. Wait a minute. Sober, unsober.
None.
What?
You've never heard the word unsober, Armor and Axes.
C4 defenses. ANA plus roll call equals Moo.
That
Damn you.
is correct.
No. Wait. Moo, there's one very important distinction here that we need to make clear. Moo, do you have a bottle opener within reach?
Rose Corner.
I already said it. You talked over me.
There's roll call bash.
I have twist offs.
Oh, fancy.
Yeah, it's in my center console of my car.
It's the only place you need to open up
Okay,
beer.
so like roll call, he doesn't have a bottle opener.
I got to screw a new one to my dashboard.
If you screw a new one too often, that'll get you a divorce.
Roll call.
Oh my
what are
God,
you doing
please.
uploading videos in the middle of a chat, dude?
Yeah, what are you thinking?
What are you thinking?
All right, let's
What's
see.
up?
Well, P11, there's what he's doing.
I mean, in all truthfulness, he probably started uploading that like 3 weeks ago because, you know, his internet sucks.
Right.
Actually,
He's
I
got a little more
uploaded
internet.
it like 2 hours ago, so it just dropped. That was 2 hours ago.
Look at some
I
stories
think you
here.
need a little bit more fiber in your line there.
Yeah, there you go.
Story time.
U.S. gun sales.
Doing, but yeah, it took like an hour for the damn thing to upload. So, anyway.
Did you have a topic? You were
U.S.
talking
gun
about
sales
tonight?
record high as violent crime rate drops. That's good news, right? Gun-related crimes fell 68% and violent crimes 48.6% in the same period that more guns were sold in the U.S. Violent crimes dropped almost 50% in the U.S. in the same time period that saw the record number of arms purchased 423 million firearms, according to recently released data from the BATF. Firearms-related accidents alone declined 68% between 1986 and 2018, a period in which United States citizens purchased 8.1 billion rounds of ammunition. Wow. These figures show that the United States has a strong desire to continue buying firearms for lawful purposes. Joe Bertozzi, president of the National Shooting Sports Foundation, told American Military News. The continued popularity of guns demonstrates that Americans have a keen interest in protecting themselves and their homes, he added. American citizens have the right to defend themselves. They've been able to counteract crime as opposed to what's happening in Latin American countries, where the hyper-regulation of arms has granted a monopoly to law enforcement, state security forces, and criminal groups that act above the law, such as organized crime groups. Caracas, Venezuela, which lost the right to carry under Hugo Chavez, is the most striking example of the city with the most homicides. Now Mexico, with more than 100 homicides per day, and the second most violent city in the world, Acapulco, is living through the most violent year in its history and shows how the rigid law restricting the bearing of arms leaves the law-abiding citizens vulnerable. Daniel Pfeiffer says, I'm guessing the 8 billion rounds doesn't include reloading components. That's true. That probably would not. Absolutely. Meanwhile, in the United States, more and more citizens have legal access to firearms. More than 25 million people registered in 2019 to carry guns in the U.S. Wow. 25 million just in 2019 registered to carry guns in the U.S. According to, so that then that doesn't count, constitutional carry states either, where people are carrying. According to the FBI, 202,465 people registered to buy weapons on the biggest selling day. The gun registry process involves authorities corroborating whether the person has a criminal record. This was the second highest figure in history. The highest was in 2017, when 203,086 people filed their information for review in a single day. Both historical dates coincide with Black Friday, which falls in the last weekend in November. So there you go. Last year there was an 11% increase. So there was a big jump in gun sales.
Maybe you want to send that article over to the governor of Virginia and say, you may want to rethink about your stupid upcoming policies.
Yeah.
See, that's funny because I thought that the people in Acapulco jumped off the cliffs because they were doing it like recreationally. Apparently, they were just trying to get away from the place.
Well, usually the cartels force them to do that. That's the other option, that or get capped, one of the two. So yeah.
Squib, I think, said something about subject, and I still want to get back to the Texas church shooting. Your thoughts on that, and the fact that armed American citizens stopped it.
Maybe he wants to finish this before he goes to that topic.
Okay.
Yeah. We'll get to it. I mean, that's a big one for sure. I just pulled up. I got a bunch of little quick articles. Some of them we might want to talk about. Some of them we might not.
I can tell you this, that VA is going to be a proving ground. It's going to be a proving ground, man. The crap's hitting the fan. They're saying we're going to do this, and the people are going, no, you're not. And man, I'm like, how? And I've said this in every video that I've watched. I comment and go, this is exactly why the 2A was put into place. Period. What's going on in Virginia is exactly why the 2A was put into place. Look at what the governor and all the politicians are saying. Is that not tyranny? Really? That's total freaking tyranny.
Sorry, Chef, can I ask a question?
Yeah, what's up, buddy?
So just in relation to that, into that piece that you just went through, do you have any idea if there was an increase year to year on numbers of tax stamps for NFA items?
No, it didn't. It didn't mention anything. I obviously didn't go through the whole thing. I didn't read it live here, but no, they didn't mention anything about tax stamps. I know tax stamps are up. I did hear a figure, but I couldn't tell you what it was. And suppressor sales are solid. I did hear something last week or something. Somebody mentioned that.
Well, out here around the holidays, that's when a lot of people just drop the change and buy one. Well, and then fill out their tax stamp application and stuff. But
yeah,
so I think you just naturally would see those. I mean, because that's when you put your money back to make those big purchases around the holidays and stuff. And especially if you're only going to buy one or two, or you only have enough money for one.
Well, that and do you have to pay 100% up front for a suppressor? A lot of places will let you do payments, right?
Yeah, I think it depends on who you're getting it through.
Yeah,
because it takes you a while to get it anyway.
Like Dakota Silencer, I know advertises they do some payment plan or something.
Yeah.
Yes, and they are actually. Don't know if anyone else was doing it, but since suppressors have kind of become more, I don't want to say accepted, but more normalized. A lot of different companies are popping up, so like this Black Friday, I got like 2 or 3 different Black Friday deals from different suppressor companies of either like, oh, if you're a first-time customer, we'll waive the processing fee for setting up a trust, or we'll pay your tax stamp, or buy a suppressor of a certain dollar amount or greater, and we'll throw in a 22 suppressor, tax stamp paid for kind of thing.
Copper Custom had that deal. If you bought a suppressor, they pay your tax stamp.
Mm. Oh yeah. I've seen that a couple of times.
You got to think when the whole tax stamp thing was put in place, $200 back in 1934. That was a lot of. You could buy a new car for how? Yeah. So, and thank God it's not changed. But to us in this day and age, $200 isn't that much, but it's still. Why do we have to pay $200 for something that we shouldn't have to pay $200 for? So,
because it was meant to be. Because since it didn't change, it was meant to be a barrier to anyone. Like you said, $200 now is, it's not peanuts, but it's something that's easily doable for someone who's employed. But back in the 30s, it was several months worth. And in fact, the whole reason behind you have to pay this for a stamp was for like the first year, they just decided, well, we're not going to issue any stamps.
Yeah.
Well,
until they were taken to court and they said, no, if you have this to where they have to pay this for a tax stamp, you have to issue the stamps.
Yeah. I'll say this, it kind of goes right into this next article out of California. Gun grabbers rejoice as California blocks tens of thousands of lawful ammunition sales. It's kind of the same thing. They put a tax stamp on it to stifle people from getting their NFA item or whatever. Same thing out in California. We all heard about the ammunition call-ins. You got to do a form to buy freaking ammunition. That's how an attorney with the Gifford Law Center describes Prop 63, California's cockamamie ammunition background check system, which in less than 6 months has denied over 60,000 Californians their right to purchase ammunition. That equates to approximately 20% of all ammunition sales being rejected by the California Department of Justice. So, of course, those 60,000 denials must have been violent felons who were forbidden from owning firearms altogether, right? Wrong.
No.
More than 99% of the denials were false positives. False positives. People whose only crime was having a change of address, a misspelled name, or simply not being in California's registry. These law-abiding Californians
maybe they had a parking ticket.
No, who knows? These law-abiding Californians were denied their God-given and constitutionally guaranteed right to bear arms, and the Gifford's Law Center is thrilled that the law is working as intended, quote unquote. Yeah, cockamamie. That's a funny word. I know that's a very old. Back in the 1820s, that cockamamie.
That's a
malarkey. That's malarkey right there.
Malarkey.
Yeah,
No malarkey. Oh, yeah.
Sorry, Joe Biden.
There you go. Midnight, you're spot on.
That's horse hockey.
The crooked system is working exactly as the politicians who enacted it intended. The goal of the anti-gun left is and has always been to impose as many barriers to firearms ownership and operation as possible until it becomes so inconvenient to exercise our Second Amendment rights that gun ownership in the United States simply dries up. Absolutely. It's something we've talked about many times. It's these little tiny cuts, these little tiny chips. They're chipping away, making it harder, making it less desirable to own guns, making it, not letting movies and TV make it cool, I guess is a good way to say it, or a layman's way to say it. Because how many times you see when you're a kid, you saw some movie with some cool gun in it, and you're like, oh, that thing's awesome. That's awesome. I want to own one of those. Taking them out of the movies, they're taking them out of TV and not letting you see them. The NICS system, which processes background checks on all commercial firearms transactions, also has an abysmal false positive rate of over 90%. One such example is Dan Logan, a 72-year-old Vietnam veteran and retired California Highway Patrol officer who was denied his right to purchase a box of shotgun shells from a sporting goods store in Folsom, California. Mr. Logan's story is just one of 60,000 instances of California's ammunition background check scam in action. So, hunting licenses have fallen by more than 10,000. So, I don't know that we need to read any more of it. It's pretty large. I mean, you guys can look up the article if you really want to, but that's the gist of it.
I wonder what the numbers would be for these businesses that are losing money because they can't sell what's on their shelves. I wonder what the numbers would be for these businesses.
Roll call. I'm trying to remember the report that I got from I don't know if it was Jarrett Guns and Gadgets. How much Dick's Sporting Goods lost? I think it was in the billions. So good for them.
Well,
go out of business.
What I mean, it did say what 20% is 20 for what did they say? 20% of all ammunition sales being rejected by the California. So, I mean, obviously not every gun shop is going to be losing 20% of the sales, but on average, that it's 20% of all ammunition sales are being rejected. So, I mean, if somebody would look up ammunition sales in California, and then knock 20% off of that, that's how much, or 20% of that.
Yeah, so like one in five, or no, wait, you'd have to add.
Well, I don't know how much if somebody wants to look up the ammunition sales in California, 2019 ammunition sales, and then take 20% of that. That's how much is lost. It's got to be a truckload, man. 20% is a big number, man. 20%. If a place, if you own a gun shop and say you don't sell a lot of guns, but you do sell, you sell ammunition. Ammunition is where you make your money, or accessories, which I think is pretty common, right? So, if somebody normally goes to a gun shop, you don't necessarily go to buy an accessory. A lot of times you'll go to buy some ammo, right? You go to buy a little bit of ammo, and then while you're there, it's like, you know what? I could really use some targets. I could really use some of this. I could really use some hoppies. I could really use some a new cleaning rod or something. So what do you do when you go in there and you get denied for the ammo? You're like, fuck this. You know what? I'm just going home. I'll deal with this shit later. And you just don't buy other stuff. Like it's a lot bigger problem than just not being able to get ammo one time that you go or something. It's just like they say, it's going to turn people off. It's going to piss people off. And, it's going to bum gun owners out, man. It's going to make them, it's just one more thing to turn their mood bad.
I'm turned off by stuff and all that.
I'm mad as hell, and I'm not going to take it anymore.
Yeah.
So Midnight, I just was kind of back and forth between the text chat and listening to what you were yakking about. In that report you just read, they said that hunting licenses were also down like X number of percent or whatever.
I think it said 10%. I'll look here.
All right. So was that just? I'm assuming that was just for the state of California, right?
And so far in 2019, hunting license purchases have fallen short in the last year by more than 10,000, decimating the state economy, costing people jobs and harming the state wildlife.
Okay, so you've got this ammunition background check you got to do, and then I think it was like last year or a couple years ago, California decided, it's not you just need non-toxic, non-lead ammunition in condor areas. You need it everywhere.
Right.
So you're already talking about something that, as of right now, is kind of a slightly premium item. and then, adding on all that extra stuff. So just like you're saying, if somebody just has like this one box of ammunition that they've had for the past 20 years, they shot 5 out of it to sight in the scope, and all of a sudden, no, they can't use it. It's just like, I got to go through all this check, and I got to pay twice what a new box of the ammo I have right now is, and just, like you're saying, they're just trying to disenchant people of like doing anything. But then again, this is also the state that passed a law saying, oh, you can't be a freelance anymore, and they're figuring out,
Right.
it's costing us 500,000 trucking jobs.
Yeah. Yeah, there's repercussions. There's repercussions to these actions, and what's funny is what they think the repercussions are not saving lives.
They think
like,
it's benefit.
Right. Even in this article, they're talking about throwing away millions in revenue and denying thousands of law-abiding citizens their Second Amendment rights. But it's also talking about the funds that go to pay for state wildlife programs, habitat restoration, and refuges.
Yeah,
so
they pass these
yeah,
laws.
I mean,
they pass these laws which put limitations on hunters and then bitch there's too many deer.
Or no, they don't care about the deer. They care about the fact that this revenue stream is suddenly not producing as much as it was.
There was actually an article a couple of weeks ago where the California legislature was bitching that there was too many deer. That actually happened. They were bitching about their.
Well, there are a lot of places. Yeah.
Hey,
there are a lot of places like that they talk about it.
Snob's got his hand up.
Oh, sorry. I'm not looking at you guys. Sorry. I got another article pulled up ready to go. What's up?
I just had a question. In all seriousness, all the Boogaloo people are saying, well, the cops should enforce these unconstitutional laws. The cops should enforce these unconstitutional laws. Why don't these gun store owners not follow the unconstitutional laws and just sell the ammo without it? How can
that'll last about a week until they get their licenses pulled, though. I mean,
that's what everybody expects law enforcement to do. So,
right.
I mean, they should do it too.
I think the problem there is that word will spread really quickly that if you go down to gyms, he'll hook you up and don't worry about these laws kind of thing. Then he's going to get pumped, and then that's when people will notice and he'll get done. So,
but I understand what Snob's saying though, and we're all just saying, well, no, because they'll get locked up. But they're saying what Snob is saying is why is it okay for a law officer to lose his livelihood protecting the Constitution, but not a gun shop owner? Is that kind of what you're saying?
Yeah, I was just playing devil's advocate.
Right. No, I get you.
Conversation.
No, this is I love doing that. This is.
I mean, everybody was saying that to Sarge when the red flag stuff. Yankee was real hammering Sarge about that. And I just kind of thought, well, this is the same exact thing, truthfully.
Right. You're right.
I was just going to say, the interesting thing is we're looking at this from all different angles, and red flag bullshit, blah blah blah, but it's so political, and you look at this from all the different angles and who's saying and what, and how this is going to work this way or that way from this political angle. And I mean, to me, it boils down to come on, no, but there's so much political bullshit going on. You know what I mean? It's there's so much politics involved in all this, and who's playing it that way, who's playing it that way, you might want to
bottle the ends.
Yeah.
3 days till red flag laws take effect here in good old Colorado.
Oh yeah. Oh, G-Webs was here for a minute and he took off on us. Oh, he's back. Here, whoop. That is a truckload of people. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 17 people. And his son of a bitch is not following.
Nope, 16.
Are there more people watching or in the?
There's we have 40 watching.
40 people watching right now.
I'll tell you
Nice,
what, no
nice.
joke. I think the most I've ever had watching it once is like 41 or 42. So we'll see if we can keep the number up there around 40.
And
That'd be great.
And that was only on your honeymoon.
Is that 40
Yeah,
people
right.
watching at 40 watt range? Oh,
And
wait a minute.
that's a Ludium Q38 explosive space modulator.
Armament. Are you drunk?
Maybe.
Yeah. Okay. Armament. Are you not sober?
That's a double. That's like a triple negative. That's crazy. He's gonna have a hard time with that.
Well, it kept him quiet for like 10 seconds.
Now he's got to do math.
So
don't make me.
There we
do
go. We
math.
got 41 this says.
You should
We got
try and
41?
do that
Nope,
math
still
right
says-
now.
We're gonna have to.
Still says 40 on mine. But anyway, so basically, we're talking about with that. Something kind of goes along with that. We're talking about getting guns out of culture, the whitewashing of guns out of our culture, I guess you could say, is next article. Are you guys seeing this? I don't know if I screen shared this one or not. Hold on a second. Let me see this Yahoo here. And now we should be. There we go. Popular retail DJ pulls the "It's beginning to look a lot like Christmas" from playlist over lyric about guns. This jerk, douchebag, asshole, D-bag, knuckle sucker. A top executive at a media company that provides the music selection heard in thousands of retail stores nationwide has disclosed that his firm has pulled the classic Christmas tune "It's Beginning to Look a Lot Like Christmas" from its playlist because of a lyric that refers to guns. What you don't play can't hurt you, Mood Media Global Senior Vice President of Creative Programming, Danny Turner, told CNN by way of explanation. So Danny Turner's a jerk. If you ever meet a guy, anybody named Danny Turner, just in case it's this guy, punch him in the mouth. Just in case.
Danny Turner's a Chad.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Punch him in the mouth or kick him in the nuts. Which
Whatever.
is better?
I mean, whether you, I don't know.
It's like the same thing. It's like the same.
I suppose it depends if you like nuts better than mouths. So maybe you do it.
It doesn't matter. Just make grovel on the ground, going.
Moving right along.
The song was written in 1951 by Meredith Willson and famously, man, I'm having a hard time tonight. Famously sung by Perry Como and the Fontaine Sisters. I didn't know the Fontaine Sisters. The song's third verse opens with the lines, "A pair of hop-along boots and a pistol that shoots is a wish of Barney and Ben." Mood Media did not immediately respond to Fox News' request for comment. The Austin-based company bills itself as the world's leading in-store media solutions company dedicated to elevating the customer experience with the mission to create greater emotional connections between brands and consumers through the right combination of sight, sound, scent, social mobile, and system solutions.
What part of that song has to do with guns and that I'm missing? And then
Just what it's the line. It says that the line is, "A pair of hop-along boots and a pistol that shoots is the wish of Barney and Ben."
My comment is this: how many years ago did that come out? And now they're going to
1951.
Well,
Yeah,
It doesn't matter when it came out.
Why don't you go do the math on that and then come
And
back?
then how many gangster rap songs or whatever are they playing in a DJ club in New York right now?
This is that's the thing.
What do you say, Jason?
Yeah, gangster rap's all right. You know, they can go on.
They're not playing gangster rap at Boss Cobbs or whatever.
I feel like if they can leave the line there, they just have to change the pistol with non-gender specific sex organ, and then I'm okay with it.
Right? Yeah.
Nail the head there, Gene.
That shoots. Some of the Mood Media's clients include retail giants like Target, Claire's, Pandora, as well as major hotel chains like Hilton, Marriott, and Hyatt. The company may best be known for its 2001 purchase of background music company Muzak Holdings for $345 million. So, They're talking about "Baby, It's Cold Outside" too. Got hammered because of its rapey lyrics. You know, whatever. It's bullshit. But
I'd rather
Oh
not
man, you ever listen to that?
this isn't. So I mean, I get it. You guys are talking about like, oh, they play gangster rap and stuff like that, but they're not playing gangster rap with the lyrics at like Target. You know what I mean?
You want to bet?
I missed the popular retail part of
Maybe
the
it depends
DJ
on which
part.
Target you're at.
Yeah, it's amazing what you
Yeah.
pick up when you actually listen to what you're saying there, Midnight.
Thanks. So, I mean, this isn't so much an article that's going to, I think, like bring up a whole lot of conversation between us because we all know it sucks and it's bullshit. But it does kind of tie in with the whitewashing of guns and trying to just sort of flush them out of the popular culture. You know, it's a real shame. It's a real shame.
Biggest problem is mainstream media and you know, mass shooting here and you know, and I'm telling you, this shooting in Texas where people stood up and went, I don't think so. It's going to get like
Not time for that yet.
a
Give
centimeter.
the Texas thing a break.
Did you guys watch that video?
I think
I didn't watch the video. I just saw
what was NEA.
They have
I
it
watched
on
Can I just say
YouTube
about
site.
this song?
Oh, good.
But like
Good,
I
man.
said, who couldn't like Perry Como?
Sorry, about this song. So the song came out in 1951, right?
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
1951.
And Barney and Ben, who you would assume because they want hop-along boots are little kids. So the pistol in question is like a cork gun or a cap gun, and
Or it could be a BB gun.
deliberately misinterpreting, or even a BB gun, even a slug gun. Like you're deliberately misinterpreting and escalating what it's about to
Right.
make it a whole thing. When really nobody, it's just people doing something, and it's
Right. Well, it's and they mentioned the
everybody
same thing with "Baby, It's Cold Outside." It's the same thing. It's the same thing with "Baby, It's Cold Outside," just like they said, where it's like a playful little like song about how this guy's trying to.
Unless you're that chick and you don't want that dude in your house anymore, and then it's a creepy ass song.
I think it's actually his house that she's in.
I don't think so.
I'd rather not stay.
But I'm yet to hear about anybody outraged about Tool's song "Stinkfist," which is explicitly.
Well, Maynard's a special kind of guy.
Mm-hmm.
He's something else.
They're not playing that in your Dillard's elevator.
And to
They usually
derail
play
this,
stuff like that in Sears, but that's why Sears went out of business.
I'm trying to remember the last time I was to a Dillard's or a Sears.
So if you
They don't
read
sell
rules for
hard liquor.
They'll bring up rules for radicals, and if you read it, it'll say that if you want to change a culture, you can't try to force it, but that's like arm wrestling somebody. Instead, you can talk to their kid a bunch of times, and then they're going to tell their parent not to arm wrestle anymore, and then you can win that way, and you'll never have to arm wrestle again. And that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to shift the window so that guns aren't brought up, so that no little kid says, "What's a hop-along gun?" or "What does that mean?" They want to remove all that, and they do it with enough frequency that we go, "Ugh, this again," and they do it with enough tiny bites that we go, "This isn't significant."
True.
So
right.
we can mock it, we can ridicule it, and we can make fun of it, and we can use it as a whatever they call it, like we're right because look how petty they are. And we can continue to do that for weeks and weeks and months and years and decades until we go, hey, wait a minute, how do we get to the spot we're in right now? We should be going the other way. We should be making Christmas gun movies. Does anybody else make Christmas gun cookies? JTFO makes those cookie cutters since like the 90s. Does anybody else intentionally putting guns back into their Christmas? I've seen the Elf on a Shelf stuff get some guns in it because I follow a lot of gun shops and stuff. But
yeah, those are pretty funny. I like those. Those are cool.
Honestly, makes a very good point that what we grew up on, or I don't know how old all you are and blah blah blah, but the old culture, it's been turned. It's been turned to say guns are bad, and the way that it's portrayed is guns are bad. It's not what it used to be, and we're getting into a point where you're gonna, and you made a perfect point. You're gonna get to a point you're gonna go, what the hell happened?
Moving right along.
I think you're looking at that point in the rearview mirror, to be honest.
10 years listening to people say what the hell happened.
I don't know about you guys, but I use a bayonet as the star on the top of my tree. So
That's pretty dangerous.
Now, just like Honda, it's pretty dull. Sometimes pointless.
You see somebody breaks into Honda's house on Christmas morning. He javelins the tree at him.
Around. We're going to be opening presents in an hour.
Works better than a narwhal test.
Oh wow, that's a definite one-liner straight out of a Schwarzenegger movie. Stabs him with the trees. Hang around. We'll be opening presents in an hour.
Hang around, yeah.
Pretty ornament.
Guys like stuck to the wall. All right, let me see here. Next article.
Next.
I don't think that's how you pronounce that word.
Article. Okay.
I think it's Arctic clay. I think it's like a compound word.
Yeah, really cold mud.
This one is kind of neat. I never heard about this. This is another one that's kind of interesting. Carrying a concealed handgun is not sufficient grounds to stop and search a person in Pennsylvania. And it's just a quick story about the thing that happened at a gas station in PA here. And I think this is a while ago. It was 2014. Michael Hicks was at a convenience store in Allentown, PA. Hicks had a valid concealed carry permit and a handgun in and outside of the waistband holster, concealed by his shirt. Open carry is generally legal in Pennsylvania, but it is not legal to open carry in a vehicle. This limits the practicality of open carry on a regular basis. Now, what he said there, that statement is very misleading. Okay,
It's stupid.
It's
generally legal.
Yeah, the way he wrote it is, and I'll explain why. I
was just gonna say open carry is okay, but this way is what? In a vehicle.
How about you let him finish the article?
Would you let me explain
Also,
what I was going to say here? Okay. So it is legal to open carry in Pennsylvania without a license, but you're not allowed to open carry in a vehicle, a motorized vehicle, unless you have a concealed carry license, unless you're going to a range, a gunsmith, and blah, blah, blah. So it says he has a valid concealed carry permit. So because he has a valid concealed carry permit, he can carry any way he wants in a car. It's very weird that they stated open carry is generally legal in Pennsylvania, but is not legal to open carry in a vehicle. It is legal if you have a concealed carry permit. And it's also legal to have it in a car without a concealed carry permit if you're going to a range, a gunsmith, or your place of employment. So, but they say this limits the practicality of open carry. They should definitely say there it's legal to open carry in a vehicle.
Are you right?
Without.
Are you correct?
What's that? Yeah.
About open carry. Because there's a difference.
Yes.
I know a lot of states that you can open carry when you're walking around, but when you get into a car, they consider it concealed or they consider it constitutional. And then some states they say you have to have a permit to open carry, but if you're in your car, you don't need a permit to carry. No. So I mean, is it a terminology thing?
No, it's the opposite here.
The way Pennsylvania is set up, is if you do not have a permit, they consider your vehicle a concealed garment. Okay.
Yeah, it's weird.
So even if it's on your hip and you don't have a shirt covering it, if you're in your vehicle, that's still considered a concealed weapon. So you need a permit for it. If you don't have a permit, other than like he said, going to a range, a gunsmith, and or your place of employment, those are the only way you can carry it in your vehicle.
Yeah. And that's where constitutional carry has some hiccups here in PA. And I was talking to Black Cat about this once. He had said, he even mentioned to me about how hard it's been to get momentum for constitutional carry because we do have open carry without a permit. So people don't really worry about it. They're like, it's not that big of a deal. But it does, because the fact that you can't be in a motorized vehicle without it unless you have a concealed carry permit stifles the fact that we have open carry, like unless you're walking somewhere, obviously. And that obviously, whatever. So Yeah, G says, who doesn't want to be in the largest live chat? Yeah, anyway, man, we're packing them in here.
Mhm.
So this is a pretty interesting little, just a little quick thing we, talk about. He said Hicks arrived at the Pace Mart at 2:31 a.m. and parked his vehicle at a gas pump. A second unidentified individual already was parked at the adjacent pump. The individual clearly recognizes Hicks as an acquaintance and approaches Hicks' vehicle to greet him. Hicks exits his vehicle and his firearm becomes visible, albeit barely. Hicks either is holstering the firearm or adjusting his garment around it when the second individual reaches Hicks' driver's side door, which is still open. The individual greets Hicks, and the two men shake hands with a brief, one-armed embrace. Excuse me. Sorry, guys. Hicks does not appear to gesture or point to the firearm, and he does not remove it from his waistband at any point. Hicks begins to walk towards the convenience store, continuing to adjust the position of the handgun, which becomes more clearly visible for a moment. Thereafter, the handgun is holstered. The handgun is holstered outside Hicks's waistband and covered by his shirt, but its outline remains visible. Hicks enters the store, exits a short time later, then returns to the gas pump where he begins to fuel his vehicle. Hicks speaks briefly to a third unidentified individual while he pumps gas. Hicks then re-enters the vehicle and begins to pull away from the gas pump. Moments later, numerous marked police vehicles intercept Hicks's vehicle with their lights flashing. So this guy, the worst thing this guy did was adjust his carry piece when he got out of his car, which it's hard not to do. It's like, I do it all the time. When I get out, I twist it, I fix it, I put it back where, it's comfortable.
I was just going to say.
Shouldn't, you shouldn't. They say don't mess with it, but, it's hard not to.
Moving it to be comfortable, right?
Good holster, you don't have to.
Yeah, I don't have the best holster. I mean, my holster, I like my holster, but
more than just the actual. When you holster well, you don't need to fiddle with it. It doesn't mean the quality brand. I just mean when you holster in a way that's comfortable for you, you don't fiddle with it. I don't fiddle with mine.
Yeah, mine cants a little bit because it's my belt. I should buy I need to buy a wider belt.
Hey, don't think about cants. Think about can do.
There you go. So the Pennsylvania Supreme Court opinion was decided on 31st of May 2019. The state of Pennsylvania applied to the U.S. Supreme Court to appeal the decision on 27 September 19. The United States Supreme Court formally declined to hear the case. The court declines to hear cases by declining a writ of certiorari. Oh, holy shit, look at that word. Certiorari?
Yep.
Yeah, there you go. What he said.
You're right.
People are able to say that correctly the first time through. Well done.
Wow, that's a rough one.
It is Latin.
Say it 3 times fast.
So, shoot, I lost.
Just like certiorari writ of habeas corpus.
The Pennsylvania Supreme Court found that Hicks' Fourth Amendment rights had been violated, and there was no legitimate reason for the police to stop him that early morning in June. Michael Hicks was deprived of the protections of the Fourth Amendment and Article 1, Section 8 of the Pennsylvania Constitution, and the evidence derived of his seizure should have been suppressed. Excuse me. So that's cool. It's just a neat little article. Like I said, not something that we're probably going to get in a big discussion about, but it's just nice to see somebody get some backlash, or somebody get said, "Hey, this isn't right. There's nothing wrong with this," Yeah,
Pennsylvania and working there in law enforcement for 25 years. It was a screwed up state there for a long time. Still is, but it's better than it was. I mean, I remember back in the day when Philadelphia used to pull their, well, we're a first class city, so you can't carry a gun within the city limits. And it doesn't matter who you are, law enforcement or not. If you're not in uniform on an official business, you can't carry your gun in the city. We're like, yeah, right.
I a friend of a guy, a guy that comes in the restaurant. He owns a small chain of restaurants too. They haven't been in for quite a while, but their son got in a. He didn't get in trouble, but he didn't end up getting in trouble, but he sure as hell got slowed down a lot. He got pulled over coming out of Philly, and he had a pistol with him. He was driving through the city, and got outside the city, and before he got to the turn, before he got to the Schuylkill, I guess, and the cop gave him a hard time. They put him in the back of the car, took him into the shop, or took him into the police station. They had to put his car on a freaking rollback, the whole 9 yards. Call his parents to come down and get him. I think they had him overnight. I think it was late. It was late at night for nothing. I mean, just because the cop, the same thing you're talking about. For quite a while here, a few years ago, everybody was saying you can't have a gun, you can't have a gun, you can't have a gun in Philly, and it's not true. It sucks. It's bullshit. Now he got out of it. He obviously, ended up not getting in trouble because he didn't do anything wrong. But
yeah, now back in the day, they did actually enact a quote unquote first class city ordinance that was in violation. The city council enacted it, and they were enforcing it
right
until. A matter of fact, the first person that got nabbed was a buddy of mine who was a state trooper, and they nabbed him, and they had him suspended. He was out of work for almost 3 months, wound up taking this to court, and the actual commander got involved in that, and they're like, "You guys are insane! You can't do this." And it finally went to an appellate court. The appellate court goes, you can't do this. It's a violation of state, federal, every constitutional.
Yeah. Well, that must have been. I don't know if he ended up getting a lawyer or doing any of that. So it must have been. I know that they'd been doing that a while before he got pulled over. So that probably happened to him after what happened to in the initial. Like you said, what happened with them going to court about it and stuff like that. And I have a feel, and I'd heard about it. I mean, I'd heard about it happening where people were getting pulled over and they're getting harassed about it, but not getting in trouble for it. But it was just like news traveled so slow, and some of the police officers just had the wrong idea about what was going on. It was crazy. It's kind of scary, really, when you think about it. Somebody that's supposed to. A police officer that doesn't know the law, Well,
Pittsburgh in the same process was going to try to do the same thing, and half the council said, you can't do this. It's illegal. So they kind of kiboshed that. They were trying to
no, PA has, with preemption. And that actually goes into the next quick article here.
Before you get to the next one, I'm leaving you. I'm going to bed.
Oh, okay, buddy. Thanks, man. Got anything to plug there?
Good too. No, I'm good. Armament should probably put the cork in his bottle, but
Cork it.
Right, take it easy.
Cork.
Yeah, I gotta jump out too.
All right, Giz. Thanks, buddy.
Yeah.
Night, Giz.
Oh, Lady Chicken.
Have a good night.
Memphis top cop wants to ban all handguns from cars in the city. Memphis Police Department Director Michael Rawlings would really like to ban handguns from cars in the crime-ridden city, but Tennessee has a robust state preemption law. So he's appealing to Shelby County's state legislators for help. The legislative delegation members are the folk who could make the changes, but they also know that the gun lobby is powerful in the state capital, and it's not likely that many lawmakers from other parts of Tennessee care about what Shelby County wants. So,
are they Democrats?
It's going to be a tough road to hoe. So I'm going to says State Representative Thompson, Democrat Cordova, because the NRA and the Tennessee Firearms probably. Assuming they will push back if we submit this. So for sure.
Well, yeah, he is, but most of the reps that are in Tennessee are Republican. And I believe they're both their House and their Senates are both controlled Republican.
George says Memphis top cop can shit and be fat. They probably will, says State Rep Antonio Parkinson, Democrat Raleigh, but it won't stop them from trying. We're going to go in and shoot our shot. No pun intended. What the hell kind of dumb statement is that?
That is the worst part.
Yeah.
That is
Terrible
so
pun.
We're going to go in and shoot our shot. I'm like, what? Representative Parkinson.
That was pun intended.
Yeah.
Is what he should have
We're
said.
going to go in there and try to make the best of it and see what we can change. There. So that's going on in Tennessee.
What's the reason they don't want guns in cars? They don't give a reason. What's
Probably
the
drive.
reason?
Probably
Drive-by.
drive-bys. Probably.
Gang violence
People
in that
with
section.
guns, people with guns will literally kill you if you park wrong.
I've seen it. I seen it.
We saw it in
Were you
Florida.
driving around Philly again?
There was that guy on Donut Operator earlier today. Did you guys see that one?
Yeah, I was talking to my wife about that. The guy that with the pickup truck that shot at the pickup truck.
Yeah, who like thought he was a cop, but then it turns
Yeah.
out he has like two little girls in the back seat while he's
Yep.
doing a high speed chase in his not police car, and then he like mag dumps at this truck.
Yeah, it's pretty brutal.
Somebody's playing too much GTA.
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
so.
it's pretty crazy. Yeah, hearing his kids screaming in the back is just infuriating.
It's like, Jesus Christ, dude! Like, just chill out. Like, pull over. Like, everything's gonna be fine.
Pull over, count to 10. Remind yourself that you've got two little kids.
Right.
Yeah.
And think, is this something really worth dying over or killing them over?
George says keeps cops from getting shot during traffic stops. No, it doesn't, because the cop doesn't know if there's a gun in there or not until he's shot. I mean, how
You're gonna
you know
shoot a
any
cop, God knows the law will stop you if like the law is
Anybody
there. So
that's-
you can't do it now.
anybody that's
So-
gonna shoot, it's willing to shoot a cop, isn't going to give a shit whether you're supposed to or not supposed to have a gun in your car.
I was going to say the bottom line
Exactly.
is when does a single solitary criminal actually obey the law?
Right.
Hence the name criminal. Hello.
Well, it doesn't matter
Yeah, I see
whether
you out there.
doesn't matter whether it's going to actually do what they say it's going to do. It's the perception of,
It's a
this is
theocracy.
going to do A, it's going to make it safer for these people who do such and such, blah, 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 blah. No, it's any kind of politics. It's any kind of, well, we really just want to do this because we don't think that you should have guns, period. But we can't say that, so we need to appeal to that emotional base or the flawed logic of, well, now if we lower the speed limit down to 30 miles per hour everywhere, no one will get into a high-speed wreck.
Genius.
I don't necessarily think that's the best example there about the wreck, but they
Well-
probably actually think they're doing good, but they're doing no good.
Yeah, it's not going
ridiculous.
to. Yeah, they're. That's what I mean. Like they say, well, even if it was the cop thing, or even if it was the drive-by thing, like unless you pull that person over, it's not. I mean, you can't. It's
If
not like
they're
you have
willing
to.
go commit murder. They're willing to carry a gun when they're not
Right.
allowed to.
I mean, you're gonna have to post a cop at everybody's door, everybody's front car door, so when everybody gets into their car in the morning, they don't have a gun on
So
them.
the
Like, what are you gonna
challenge
do?
should be what percentage of crime is, what's the word, like impromptu? Which percentage of crime is
Right.
planned and
Yeah.
only able to be done because there was a gun. And if they can prove that, or when they can prove that, then there's a risk to public safety. But they're claiming a potential risk to public safety based on their misunderstanding or intentional, dishonest, whatever
Misleadingness.
misrepresentation of the facts. Yeah.
There was one last year that happened in Pennsylvania here where a guy got in a fender bender or some girl cut him off or something. I don't remember. And he ended up shooting and killing her from the vehicle, pulled up beside her and shot her and killed her. But there was a thing that that would have done that. It was a bill that would have done that in Pennsylvania and not allowed you to carry in your car.
They've had 2 of those today in Phoenix.
Yeah, I mean, it happens. Bad shit happens, man. I mean, you can't.
Yeah, one was
You can't.
drug related. It was a bad drug deal, and the other one, somebody cut somebody off, and they got pissed, and they unloaded on the guy at the traffic light.
Yeah, you can't bubble wrap the whole world.
No.
Got another.
I've been saying for the longest time, what you can't do is legislate against people who want to do bad things. Like,
yeah, it's so
what
ineffective.
everybody says, like, hey, write a law, and then tell people about it, and does it do anything?
Yeah.
No, it doesn't. It just makes you.
Right.
It's your false sense of security because you tell people that they can't do things. It's
I don't
stupid.
I don't know who just said that, but you can't bubble wrap the world, and that is such a true statement. You really.
And then the next thing you know, you're defending yourself on the London Bridge with a narwhal tusk.
Yeah, I remember that too. Seriously, all this crap that's going down. It's like, man, I'm 53 years old. I've been watching this for so long, and it's like, just take another piece and another piece, and I'm watching all this crap, and it's like, all you're doing is taking away our right to defend ourselves. And nothing that these laws are doing is helping us.
That's the whole object.
Yeah, well, yeah, it is. It's not about gun control. It's about control. It's about control, whether it be knife control. Hey, I guess they got narwhal tusk control now, right?
Yeah, they're so worried. They're so worried about taking the guns away from law-abiding citizens, but I don't see them giving up their armed security detail.
Of course not. You're just the common plebe, and we are the elite. We know better.
That's
right. You're the expendable, and they're the elite.
And a narwhal tusk costs about $40,000. So.
Okay, well, I'm pretty sure I'll probably find a good piece of oak other than that. But Night Strike, you're exactly right. It's not about this. It's about control. Period. It's not about guns. It's about control.
What else you got there on the agenda there, boss?
I think he coughed himself to death.
Midnight, if
Son of
you're
a bitch,
okay,
was I
wink
muted? I
twice.
was muted,
Yes,
wasn't I?
you're muted.
God damn it.
Midnight
Says, ask G-Webs about those robot cars.
Which robot cars?
Both of us were attacked by robots in stores, and now you guys want to leave them in these self-driving cars going around causing carnage. Yeah, man. Marty, give Marty a goddamn gun. Oops, I said it again. Sorry.
Marty.
Who's McFly?
Oh, that
Marty, no.
That
Marty, the robot at
that-
my grocery store.
that goes around saying, "Please stand back. Floor is wet. Please stand back."
They don't say please stand back. They don't say nothing like that. No, they let you.
Mine does.
Mm-hmm.
But it said it in Spanish. It must have thought I looked Spanish,
silent.
I guess.
Well,
Oh,
now
that's
Midnight. Did they?
Abierto.
Did they
This one
put
said cuidado, cuidado.
Now, did they put the better googly eyes on it, or is it still the dollar store googly eyes?
It's still the cheap-looking googly eye. Yeah, he's creepy-looking, man, for sure.
Well, now you can't really blame him. I mean, what if you got your eyes from the dollar store? Would you be able to tell the difference between an English-speaking person and a non-English-speaking person?
Does Marty
That's
work
true.
for the NSA?
Wait a minute. You got your eyes from the dollar store. Okay.
Marty did.
Marty did. So I
I think
pulled up
that
an article
Spanish-speaking robot is just playing the numbers.
when I did type Rich White's name. This thinks you're mean to him.
When I type
So-
Rich White name, it comes up with Rich White guy, and there's this glamorous guy that owns yachts. And anyway, I'm just
So I pulled up an article.
Last name's White and they named him Rich.
There you go. Georgia Rebel says I keep a bat in the backseat like an animal with rabies. The Second Amendment sanctuary movement goes national. I pulled up this article because the heading sounds really cool. I thought, oh, cool, let's see. And they've got a map there. Here, hold on, I'm not screen sharing, I don't think. And I'm a little disappointed because it doesn't tell me nothing that I wanted to see. Because you got this cool map here about Second Amendment sanctuary cities, but the article doesn't tell you how many there are. So I'm a little bit. It says I did not think.
Well, it's a counting exercise. You're supposed to click on that image up top and go 1,
I guess
2, 3.
Where is that from? What news?
The United States.
No,
Oh.
what's your
No.
Truth about guns?
Oh, actually, Truth About Guns. Shut up, Night Strike.
That's Honda.
Go to
Oh, is that Honda?
Of America?
Yeah,
go to
Truth About
go to
Guns.
Virginia Freedom.
Honestly, they're pretty up on it, but
Looks like
It's
where
just,
I'm at might be green, but it might not be. I'm not sure where that line is.
Yeah.
Go to Virginia Freedom Defense League, and they have the map on there.
Okay. I don't know, but it's a big website. Oh, wait here. Oh, so that's that's Virginia. I'm talking about the whole United States because they had a.
Oh, I thought you were just talking Virginia.
Yeah, no, that's cool. They had, because I was like, oh, cool. Maybe they'll give you a total how many counties in the whole United States, but they don't. It's kind of goofy. They talk about how many there are. It says this has also become a national model for the movements that has now reached Illinois, Washington, Colorado, New Mexico, Texas, New Jersey, Florida, and Tennessee. Illinois is credited with starting the movement. Uprising. 90% of Virginia counties now become gun sanctuaries, expanding movement to 9 states. But it doesn't say. I was just interested to see how many counties total. So 9 states. So there's that.
I was gonna, like I said, man, I mentioned it earlier. All this crap that's going on in Virginia, we're watching it. If you're watching all the channels that we all watch, and what's going on in Virginia, and man, I don't know. I'm scratching my head, going, well, is this not why the 2A was put into place because of tyrannous government? Tyrannical government pushing. Yeah.
Right.
Anyway,
okay. So, Winchester XPR and 350 Legend. That's pretty cool. I really want to shoot a 350 Legend. There's people talking about it like crazy. Has any of you guys had the chance to shoot a 350 Legend?
I have not shot one, but I have talked to people that do and people who reload for it, and it's a bit of a... When Winchester seemed to have kind of rushed this all to market, because it was supposed to be a 3.58 diameter bullet, but they're shooting them with the ammo with 3.55 diameter bullets, and some barrels were actually sized for the original 358, and some people just weren't getting a whole lot of good.
I heard there was some issues with sizing. I wasn't sure. I wasn't sure. I didn't look it up or anything, but I had heard that. So these aren't okay. And this is a dumb question, maybe. These aren't able to shoot 357 like ammo, are they? Like bullets? Like you couldn't reload them with like. Yeah.
I don't know. I tried looking to see if they'd put a SAMI spec on 350 Legend yet. Like I said, some of the guys I've talked to, they've shot different 9mm bullets, because 9mm is 355 thousandths nominal diameter.
355, right.
and
then 38 and 357 is 358. Right. So that's why I was wondering, like, could you load those in this just as a just a fun thing to do?
Some guys I know have loaded lead,
right,
358 diameter bullets in these. Jacketed bullets, I think, would be too much of a pressure spike. But then I've also talked to some people who have taken 358 diameter barrels and gotten a 350 Legend reamer for or chamber reamer, and then they can use those bullets because 9mm bullets, most expanding 9mm bullets are made for a lower velocity range than what 357 bullets were, and especially like just for example, Hornady has two 125 grain XTPs. One's a regular XTP and the other one's an XTP flat point. And the difference is the size of the cavity in the hollow point. Because with their logic behind it is the flat points are more than likely going to be used in a rifle, which is going to generate higher velocity. So they can get away with having a smaller opening in the hollow point. That way it doesn't overexpand or fracture when it from overexpanding. But I don't know if
so this doesn't fragment, so it stays complete.
Yeah.
Over penetrating. I read a thing that a lot of times 9mm ammo is actually got a rubber band or paper mache core.
I think it's actually like a lead
paper mache. It's just wadded up paper towels, wet paper towels.
The children that have to work in the factories because the bullet's so tiny that they use slave labor children, they have to chew paper, and it's recycled paper. They have to chew it, spit it out, and that's what they call
talks about the actual round.
I'm wondering if they've mixed up 350 Legend and golf balls.
Yeah.
No. So what are you putting out there in the chat, C4, that you can bring up in here?
He said the only complaints he hears about the 350 Legend is from guys that want to load their own ammo. Thoughts on the actual round?
That's just where it always goes. Everyone just complains about the reloading, but what about the actual round? Is it any good?
If you're not going to reload it, then you're gonna buy a gun with a crazy caliber that you're going to be limited additionally to the couple of manufacturers.
I'm just asking about the round.
People end up talking about reloading on Wildcats because by definition, a Wildcat is like they're not satisfied with the characteristics of some other established round, so they're going to create this new Wildcat. The whole point is if as soon as it gets established again, then it's a model like a 357 Magnum or a 44 Magnum. Once it becomes established, but it's the goofing around reloaders that establish a Wildcat into a real round, right? So I think if you look at Wildcat and don't want to listen to reloading, you're frustrating yourself. It's like 90% of Wildcatting is talking about the ammo.
From a reloader standpoint, G just made a perfect point. The Wildcat and how Wildcats come to be and how Wildcats come to be cartridges that are now normal. The 350 Legend, I've been watching this thing and I'm like, I like it. And the whole 355, 356, 357, 9mm, 355, 356. Yeah. And I'm watching it and this cartridge is the 357 maximum. So, but it's based on a 223 straight wall.
Is it for revolvers or rifles?
No, they came out with this because certain states, I believe like Ohio and maybe Michigan, for deer hunting, if you want to use a rifle, it has to be a straight walled case. So we're talking your 44s, your 357s, your 45s.
Not a Wildcat because
Ohio is 357, 357 or bigger.
It's not a Wildcat because somebody wasn't satisfied with the performance of some other round. It's a Wildcat because someone wanted to comply with crazy law.
Right.
Yeah,
That's
start out with
it's
a
straight
wild-
walled. So that's the biggest thing.
So you start out with a house cat, and then you let him outside for a while, and then eventually he becomes a wild cat. That's
Well,
how,
no,
that's how you
it's
make a
more
wild
like
cat.
you shove an anchor ball into the mouth and get it to straighten out, or you chop it off at the neck and just stuff whatever bullet will fit in there. I'm pretty sure that somewhere somebody at some time someone got like, oh hey, we got a production run of like 1,000 5.56 brass that got like halfway through before a machine crapped out on us and it didn't get trimmed or anything. So, let's see what size bullet this sits in here. I mean, look at the 30-06 and all the different variations on that.
Well, I'll bet you people are like, hey, I'm going to pull 100 rounds out in the process so that somebody can go fiddle with it, like you're saying. I don't think they wait for accident. I think they intentionally look at something and go, hey, that could be something new.
Yeah.
But anyway, I didn't realize most of the wild.
So I pulled up
people farting around. So when you said I'm not interested in the farting around, I'm like, well, then what's the wildcat all about? So I guess if you're looking at it for hunting, C4.
Right. That's what it is. There's certain states that you're not allowed to use necked cartridges. So this is a straight wall cartridge. It's
in those states, then it doesn't really matter because in those states, I'm guessing it's the states where you can barely shoot 200 yards ever anyway, because there's just not that kind of distance anywhere. So then, people care about performance is when you're shooting like 1,000 yards and stuff.
Hey, I can tell you this, G. I'm going to tell you this, G. Places I hunt around here in Ohio, I could shoot over 1,000 yards, but Ohio doesn't like that. So,
but it's straight up in the air.
No, it's not.
It is
or down a river. That's about it.
No, it's line of sight. I've shot out to 1,000 yards with an AR-15. Ohio gun laws are dumb, and this is the thing: we can shoot anything else, woodchuck, coyote, pig, anything. We can shoot that during
wombat.
Any season.
Kangaroo.
With whatever gun you want. But during deer gun season,
Alpaca.
you have to use this. Yeah.
Dodo bird.
So in other words, I can go out and yeah, there we go.
Armadillo.
Narwhal.
Anything narwhal. I can go out and shoot anything I want with a 30
wombat.
during gun season. Yeah.
Dude, those narwhals have expensive tusks.
Yeah. Well, also they're on the endangered species.
What a human can do with a tusk. Imagine if that tusk was on you, what you could do.
So I just looked up the counties in Colorado that are Second Amendment sanctuary, and it turns out I am not in one.
You should get recreational Second Amendment in Colorado, and then you could get that passed pretty easily.
Wait, say that again?
Put a petition for recreational Second Amendment.
Oh, yeah. As long as it's
There you
shooting a
go.
lot of smoke, people will be down.
So
with
that
here.
so I pulled up Wikipedia, and it is the fastest. It's the fastest straight walled rifle cartridge made. That's why it was made. They're talking about it out to 200. What's that?
Yeah, I got Wikipedia out. Winchester claims.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Okay.
How fast?
5 different loads, 150 grain deer season.
Somebody should take like a regular straight wall cartridge that's not all that fast, but then fly in the Concorde and shoot it forwards.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Gee, we can't do that. We kind of took the
wait.
tires off the Concorde to build
If you're on
it.
if you're on a spaceship traveling the speed of light
anymore.
If you're on a spaceship traveling the speed of light and you turn the headlights on, what happens?
It
Particles slow down because you got to realize that time actually slows down the closer you get to the speed of light, so you can't break the speed of light.
Hey, would you all stop getting all sciencey on the speed of light? Come on.
Honda asked a perfectly legitimate question. I gave a perfectly legitimate answer. But yeah,
So they're talking.
legitimate then.
It is perfectly legitimate.
They're talking
Check the link in the private chat.
50. Sarge, what does this button do? 150 grain at 2350 feet per second, 180 grain power point at 21. That's not very fast, but it's 180 grain. 160 grain at 2225, and 145 grain FMJ at 2350. And a super suppressed 265 grain subsonic load at 1060. That's pretty cool. little popper.
How's that compared to 45?
I'm telling you that
like a 45, like a 45.
I'm just kidding.
45 auto.
No, well, 40. Yeah, you talking about a pistol?
I was just trying to.
45 auto is running at like 950, 980, somewhere around that.
Yeah, for a 230.
The cartridge offers it offers a flatter trajectory with less recoil and better terminal performance over current straight wall cartridges, while remaining compliant in applicable states with the same barrel length. 350 Legend generates more muzzle energy than a 30-30 Winchester and 300 Blackout. So there you go. So that's cool. I don't know. Just thought it was a neat thing to talk about. I was more wondering if anybody had shot it, because I'm interested in hearing, what the recoil's like.
I was going to say that's on my next buy gun list, because I want to buy it, I want to shoot it, I want to reload.
That's a good list to have it on, then.
Tinker with it, you know what I mean? Because it's a very interesting round.
I have no interest. I'm sorry. I'm a naysayer.
Yeah, what?
You're always
I've got enough stuff to monkey around with reloading.
Yeah,
monkey. He said monkey. He said it. All right. Here's your buddy.
Excuse me, sir. My mother was a thing. You take that back.
There you go. Here's your buddy. Here's Roll Call's buddy. His brother. His stepbrother.
That dude's a piece of trash.
Where's Oliver North? They belong together.
Yeah.
Wayne LaPierre's curious. New York Times.
$10,000 suit. Dick.
Wayne LaPierre's curious New York Times interview and what it probably means. I didn't read this article, so we'll see what it says here.
Is this recent?
Yeah, December 19th, 2019. I didn't hear.
10. I can't hardly see it on my screen. It looked like.
No. Yeah, I didn't hear anything about this. So
it's like 10 days ago. What?
So, Jared, I'm just to preface this with this. I've been to a couple of big gun shows lately and talking to people, just holidays and stuff, getting in touch with people after a while. You guys are way more in tune, paying attention to YouTube and paying attention to gun-related videos and stuff on YouTube, way more in tune on what's going on with the NRA. There are a significant number of people that don't even think about the nuance of all this, haven't even heard about the NRA, period. And if they have heard about it, which is only a couple of the very many people I talked to about it, only a couple of them even knew about it, and they were not concerned at all. The only people that I know who are concerned about the NRA internally are online. And I know a lot of people online that I've chatted with recently. So I just wanted to preface that. If you think that we are talking to a lot of people who are concerned about the internals of the NRA and all the optics or whatever the ways, that entails, I think that we're very small number of people that are a very small number of people that even think about the NRA, that are even thinking about the board of the NRA.
True.
I'm super interested in this article because there's people that I talk to who don't even think about guns. I asked them about what they think of the NRA situation, and they're like, what are you talking about? Like, they never heard of nothing. So this is the kind of thing that would be an introduction to some people that the NRA could even be an issue. I'm assuming it's going to talk about the issue. Or him.
Yeah, I didn't get a chance to read it. I saw the headline, pulled it up, and I thought, okay, let's read through this. So, NRA Executive Vice President and CEO Wayne LaPierre isn't someone who seeks out mainstream media attention, which is stupid because that's what he should be doing. He should be putting himself out there and fighting for rights and fighting for the NRA and fighting for us. But he's not one to do that, unless it's following an incident like a mass shooting or pending gun control legislation in Congress that requires a response from the NRA. He's not one to gab idly with journalists just to get his name and face out there. Yeah. So what would prompt the NRA's top man to give one of the first interviews he's granted in years to the New York Times, an inside Inside Wayne LaPierre's battle for the NRA, author Danny Hakim used a 3-hour on-the-record conversation in late October with LaPierre as the basis for a retelling of Wayne's time at the association and recap of some of the current controversies and battles the association is fighting. Yeah, I'm interested to see what this article has to say.
Like the one
All
in
told,
Virginia? Sorry.
Yeah. All told, it's not a bad recounting of how the NRA came to find itself in its current predicament, but you can't read it without considering the strategic decision-making that obviously went into this. It's a move that couldn't possibly have happened without the approval and probably the urging of the NRA's outside attorney, William Brewer. The result is a surprisingly benign, some might even say almost sympathetic portrayal of LaPierre and his current embattled position, especially considering who printed it. He was occasionally evasive.
About the article. This is an article about the article. This isn't even an article.
Am I supposed to
So
feel
is that-
sorry for Wayne because he couldn't afford a $2,000 suit?
Well, I'll tell you what. Hold on, man.
So Midnight was
Take
that
it easy.
that colored line up where it said in a 3-hour.
Probably, yeah. Probably
Is that like
It's a
the
line
article?
of color,
Article.
not a colored line.
Well, if I click that
link.
though, it's gonna even if that goes to the article, it's a 3-hour article.
I didn't realize.
Right.
I thought your article itself.
Yeah, I kind of thought it was too. But this is, let's see what this has to say, and then, if anybody wants to see it, I can, click on it and throw the link down in the chat or something.
That's the link for the book.
Yeah, but we're obviously not gonna. Oh, okay. Well, let's see what happens here.
The NRA is lobbying in Virginia the week before the rally, so the week of the 13th. For anybody who thinks the NRA isn't doing anything, that's a misstatement. They are lobbying.
It seemed like it took them a while to get on top of it, but they have been putting out that. I've heard that they're going now.
Gee, when did that come out? Because as of tonight, when
About a week ago.
Mac and them did their
It's been a while.
As I say, as of tonight, when Mac and them did their live stream, there was nothing scheduled from the NRA.
About a week ago, it started coming out that they were going down there to do something.
Well, isn't
Is the NRA have their own rally? No. So it's unprecedented for them to do this stuff, and they've never needed to do this. So unrealistic expectations not being met do not justify an unrealistic position. That's all I'm getting.
Excuse me. He was occasionally evasive, often startlingly direct. Startlingly, yeah. Wow.
There you go.
And always acutely, sometimes painfully self-aware. No matter how much time LaPierre had left, he said he would spend it doing what he always did, fighting for the NRA. Not just against Democratic regulators looking to destroy his organization from without, but also now against the treacherous former allies seeking to do the same from within. Wow. If I lose every friend, he said, I'm prepared to do it. Boy, he's setting himself up like a martyr here, huh? Given that the piece appeared in such an ardently anti-gun outlet as the Times, the article is a notably even-handed, if not positive, depiction of LaPierre as the beleaguered head of an organization that finds itself in serious trouble. Everyone knows we were singled out, LaPierre said. Everyone knows that it's politics. Whatever the fate of the NRA, he has held on far longer than many thought he could. In this Spartan office, he seems weary. After many long years spent building one of the most powerful organizations in Washington, he had found himself isolated and embattled. Somebody asked me in a deposition how you feel about all of it. He recalled briefly looking up once more. I said I feel sad. Noteworthy also is Hakim's treatment of Attorney Brewer. He doesn't leave out the concerns about Brewer's ethics or the astronomical amounts he's billing the NRA. But Brewer is depicted as a crusading defender of civil rights, willing to cross ideological lines to defend constitutional freedoms. Brewer decided to take the case, whatever he felt about the NRA, he said. He saw a principle at stake. Government investigators should not target political enemies. People were not only crossing the lines that are appropriately drawn by our Constitution, he said, they were aggressively determined to obliterate those lines. And you know what? If they could do it to those guys, they could do it to me. They could do it to all of us. In this view, at least, Brewer was completely in sync with LaPierre. I think everybody in the country ought to be on our side, LaPierre told me, because if we don't prevail, in my opinion, the United States is not the United States anymore. The way Hakeem tells it, the $1,400 an hour counselor is also spearheading the effort to get to the bottom of what's wrong with the NRA. Brewer went to work. Rivals quickly came to view him as a Rasputin-like figure, whispering in LaPierre's ear and billing the NRA into oblivion. But he moved forward. He filed a First Amendment case that accused New York of blacklisting the organization simply for expressing its views. He also got the green light from LaPierre to undertake a broad internal audit. It almost brings a tear to the eye. T-Tag, the Truth About Guns, talked with David Delaquila.
I thought that was you that was adding the "it almost brings the tear to the eye" comment.
No, he wrote that.
That's the article. Sorry.
Yeah. T-Tag talked with David Delaquila, the dissident NRA donor who's suing the association to get his take on why we're seeing this article in the media outlet at this time. His opinion is that it's about two things: access and stasis. Giving the interview to the Times. What's up?
Status.
No, it says stasis. Access and stasis. Giving the interview to the Times gets LaPierre's side of the controversy and the ongoing pissing match with Ackerman and McQueen out there. Agreeing to run a sympathetic, as much as possible, treatment by the Times gives the paper an in on a big ongoing story. Gives an in on a big ongoing story. I feel like there should have been a comma there or something. Hold on one second here.
Oh, this is horrible.
It's a sound.
This was a pretty good show up until now in this day.
Aquil.
But why would the Times agree to a relatively benign portrayal of someone the paper and its readers clearly revile? In Delaquila's view, it's better for those who hate the NRA and the causes it supports to keep LaPierre right where he is. As the Times sees it, according to Delaquila, with LaPierre still in the big chair as head of the association, at least through 2020, the NRA will continue to be discredited and embroiled in controversy, and therefore less able or effective in supporting gun rights and the Trump re-election effort. That isn't necessarily a bad thing for Brewer's interest either, as he's been a dedicated, longtime supporter of Democrats and their causes. How bad are things likely to get for the NRA this year? The Outdoor Wire's Jim Shepard has a good, if darker, take on the latest in the state of New York's ongoing investigation into the NRA and its nonprofit status. He talked to a number of NRA board members who have been questioned by the New York Attorney General. Having spoken with several of the current former board members who have just been disposed, questioning on those depositions have led to a common conclusion. Each person deposed has been surprised at the level of detail and specificity of the questions they've been asked. General questions quickly give way to specific ones, and those revolved around some now familiar names inside the organization's current and former senior leadership. What I've been told does nothing to assuage my growing concerns about the future of the organization we've all counted on to defend the Second Amendment on a national level. If anything, the direction of the questioning adds to more concern. It would appear the ultimate goal isn't to correct problems inside the NRA, or even to distract the organization's leadership during the 2020 election cycle. The ultimate goal, it seems, is dismantling the entire organization. And then it says, read the whole thing here. So,
what was the end?
What's that? It said, if anything, the director...
the ultimate goal, he's saying that the ultimate goal of the antis is to dismantle the entire organization.
Yeah.
I thought that was the author of this article talking about...
Yeah.
Okay, but it's LaPierre quoted there at the end.
Yeah. So
the funny part about it is that article doesn't talk about his 7.5, 8-figure salary that he gets.
Yeah, it doesn't do much. It doesn't really talk about it. It mentions the controversy, but it doesn't really.
It just kind
of tread
detail.
Water. Yeah,
well,
it doesn't detail
it's funny too. I noticed
when you're talking about this Truth About Guns article, or are you talking about the article itself?
I didn't read the other article. Yeah, we're just talking about this, right? So the other article, I don't know what's in it, but it's a 3.5-hour interview. So I mean, we're obviously not going to be able to run over that. It's, but I'll tell you what. Let me go down there and see if that link
my
works.
fear is that if we continue to put this one dude up there as the problem, then we are ignoring the actual issue. Does anybody remember that whole thing with the 3 Mile Island? Dead Horse, I think, found it, and we went around.
3 Mile Island, like the nuclear disaster that they covered up?
Yeah, the main result of the 3 Mile Island issue is that they created a system instead of looking at an individual to persecute, which basically creates a scenario or a environment where people don't want to be creative and offer actual intel. Instead, they want to cover up and hide the persecution, to try to get away from being held responsible for something, the consequences of it. So 3 Mile Island changed that. And what we're dealing with here, in my opinion, is that we're by having LaPierre, who's a bad guy, and anybody who's going to interpret this as me defending LaPierre, turn it off now, because I'm sick of this. Because that's a delusional distraction from what I'm talking about here. But if we hold LaPierre up as the unscrupulous individual who's responsible for this, we're doing ourselves a disservice. The real issue, and the thing that this article doesn't get into for real, is the fact that the NRA, we allowed the NRA to get like this as membership of the organization. We assumed, we allowed, and we ignored. And that's what created the unscrupulous people who ruined the bureaucracy. If we want to tear down the bureaucracy because we ignored it, we ignore the real issue. We don't solve the real issue, which is simple. We have to take a black eye once in a while. We have to accept responsibility for messing things up. We have to acknowledge that we lost control of an organization that's not government funded, but is basically the punching bag. It's our aircraft carrier. It's the punching bag for every single opponent who's a gun prohibitionist. They are the ubiquitous, if that's the right word, or they're the gun lobby. And we can sacrifice them because they're not perfect. But if we're going to throw LaPierre as if he did everything, as if he has all the power, then number one, we're not acknowledging it's our power that really screwed around here, and that it's our it's our abuse of our own power, our apathy and our disinterest and our assumptions and all the stuff I already said. I won't repeat it a million times. That's the real problem with this article, is it only addresses let's hold LaPierre out for all the unscrupulous, horrible things he did. Let's not focus on the real issue, and let's not change ourselves going forward in 2020 with focus on that, the bigger picture, the tougher picture, the more difficult thing to answer, but the thing that once we answer, we're an ambassador for change for the rest of our culture, let alone just our sport and our industry.
Well, I think it's funny too when he's talking throughout that article, when Wayne LaPierre's talking, he's not talking about defending the Second Amendment. He's not talking about defending gun rights. He's talking about defending the NRA.
And defending himself.
Whatever it takes to protect the NRA and save the NRA. It's like, well, what's the point of the NRA if it's just out to protect itself? I'm not saying that that's all they do. I'm not trying to imply that. I'm just saying, like, if that's what it's become, then it's kind of an ineffective tool, isn't it?
I will say that.
Hold on, you're taking an article of an unscrupulous dude trying to defend his actions being held to the light of day. You're taking that as somehow a mission statement of the NRA? No, that's not correct. You can't do that. That's fallacy. That's non-logic. It doesn't line up. You either acknowledge that this is an unscrupulous guy lying out of his teeth, or if you want to accuse the NRA of all the things he claimed in this article, then you have to say that he's correct and that you agree with Wayne LaPierre. So you have to pick one side. You can't hand pick your data and justify your position based on your hand picking of data from both sides.
Yeah, and I guess if you're saying like he's lying through his teeth, then I totally agree with you. And I didn't consider
That's
that.
all.
I think that's what he said.
Let ourselves just, because that's the real preaching of the chorus. That's the scary part. If we don't challenge ourselves on stroking ourselves off with nothing, Wayne LaPierre is a jerk. I don't need to repeat everything I just said, but basically what I just said. You know, he's just the tip of the iceberg. Not removing him doesn't fix anything.
Hey, Edge, what's going on, buddy? Haven't seen you in a while. So
we'll see. As I say, because I can argue the point I can argue the point not removing him would make things better. Because currently, right now, there's nobody can do anything. You can't do anything. I can't do anything. The board can't do anything because he's the man. He's it. What he says goes. If he says no, it's no. He says yes, it's yes. And there's nobody there can challenge him because it was changed to be that way. So, you know, and we didn't, I know I certainly didn't allow that change, and I don't think anybody else here allowed that change, but it did. And how are you going to stop it?
We all did.
How are you going to stop it? There is nothing you or I or anybody in this panel could do to stop that. That was done from above.
Oh, we disagree.
When did those rules change?
Yeah.
Like when did they change?
Wasn't it after the October Revolution or whatever it was?
It happened in 1980. It happened in 1990s. It happened throughout the 2000s. So you can't just. It isn't as though there's a slight switch and it's black and white. And the NRA was on track and pro NRA and pro Second Amendment. That's never been. It's always been a giant organization filled with a bunch of people, and it's a membership organization. So every year it changes direction, like every membership organization. And to suggest that there's powers that be is everything I just said before. I don't agree. I'm not saying he needs to stay there. And I'll challenge anybody who says what I'm saying is defending the guy. I'm challenging us. I'm not defending him.
Oh no, and I agree. But you know, he's a scuzz bucket. But the challenge to us is there's nothing we can do. There is absolutely nothing we can do. It's already done. The only thing you can physically do is have everybody stop giving them money, so the place closes down and it has to get restarted.
Well, then you can't. I'm calling the same shit on you as you did on Honda. You just said there's nothing we can do. The only thing we can do, one or the other. I don't agree with either. There's more than one thing we can do, which is a third.
Okay, what?
I agree with.
Where's the third option?
All I have to do is have the opinion that there's a third option. You just have either nothing or one thing, and I can say no. I'm allowed to have that opinion. I don't have to come along with the perfect solution in order to know that there's not no solution or only one solution, because I live in a real world.
Okay, then you got to have something. You can't arbitrarily throw out there and go, okay, yeah, well, yeah,
Well,
here's the plan.
Arbitrarily throw out there that there's nothing that can be done. What the fuck?
So I think me and G had kind of the same conversation because I had come down, like, this is a while ago now, about, if there's such a problem, defund them. But his point, I think this might have been on Instagram or something, but his point was that there's too much value in the NRA as, what it was meant to be to just,
yeah, I think I can understand that. And just because they're not as effective as they just because they're not as effective as they should be, doesn't mean they're not valuable. Right. I agree with that.
Well, remember, when the NRA was first formed, the NRA was formed as a hunting organization. It was never formed for a Pro 2A organization. It evolved into that. But it originally was formed for a hunting organization.
Never formed as a hunting organization. It was formed after the Civil War by two generals for a military goal. And if it wouldn't have been formed, then we wouldn't have national level, non-government, organized shooting. Prove me wrong. So again, you can say whatever you want with 2020 hindsight, and I can say whatever I want about 2020 hindsight, but you can't say that it was created for hunting, since nothing about its charter in the 1700s says a word about hunting.
G. Webbs is right. It was formed by generals from the north because they noticed that the southern dudes were better at shooting and they didn't like it. Basically, if I understand correctly.
Okay, no, you don't understand correctly. That's 2020 hindsight again, but whatever, who cares? It's all your ability, your interest in perceiving history. But yeah, they didn't think that individuals were good enough, and we should be in a country that doesn't want to rely on jackboots, right? We don't want to rely on the cops to do everything. We don't want to rely on the military to do everything. So that means we have to be the militia. You don't have to have lost to the South. You don't have to be racist. You don't have to have a manipulation 75 years later that can be thought of as a manipulation. You can simply just say, hey, we weren't good in that last war. Let's get better. If they would have said the CMP is just for the North, maybe some of that delusional, crazier, what's the word, whatever would be correct, Honda, but they didn't say that. They allowed the CMP to go everywhere. So that kind of shows that it wasn't a North-South thing. It was, hey, we just had a horrible, horrible war, and a bunch of that is because we weren't shooting good. And we were also developing science. We were figuring out tools and how to measure. So we got to not take things in isolation and realize that as the scientific process was being invented and people were writing things down and paper became less expensive and schools started to get libraries, that there was a reason to write things down and archive stuff. It was all happening at the same time. To suggest with 2020 hindsight, with some agenda, some paranoid agenda, that they're out to get us and only handpick the one aspect of it that the one guy said in one thing about the South, that somehow it had racist overtones, that's allowing the people who want to take everything from us, giving them vagary and giving them angles to attack us on.
That was way further than I was going with it.
Well,
Sunday night, you throw it out there, so I'm throwing it out.
I will say this though, real quick. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead, man.
The thing that I think that we could change is this perception that we can just give money to some organization that has our best interests at heart. You know what I mean? Like, I think that the message that we could try to convey is like, get up off your butt and do something. Like that's the biggest change you can make is by doing something. And yes, giving some money to an organization is good, right? If you know what they're going to do with it, and if they're fighting for something that you want, sure. But like, don't rest on your laurels if that's what you did. Don't say, okay, well, I did my part, because you didn't really.
If every member of the NRA had been active since the 90s, could they have ever pulled the stuff they've been pulling? They're only able to do that in the vacuum of empty board meetings, or they were only able to do that, right?
Right, exactly, because people gave their money and they stayed home. Exactly.
They went to the crazy room with all the guns in it and didn't bother to go next door where it's boring and they talk about something that sounds parliamentary, and it is boring. That's the frustrating part, is it's our fault for being interested in the fluff and the neat stuff.
So this sad sack picture, look at this sad bastard here, man. This is probably the face that, yeah, I bet this is how Gary's going to be looking at Snob all the way to SHOT Show when he's parking the car up. Gary's going to be like, no, not another one. Oh, Snob. Oh.
Eyebrows, like the big bushy owl grandpa brows. The ungangly.
He needs to hang it up. But this
Nancy Pelosi
first paragraph, yeah. This first paragraph really kind of, I mean, obviously I haven't read this whole article. This whole article is monstrous. We're not going to read it, obviously, but I did put a link to it in there. I'll throw it out there again. Hold on. Throw it out there again.
Control-C, Control-V.
And don't be telling me how to do my business. So this first paragraph, I just read it while you guys were talking.
Alt F4.
Wayne it says, Wayne LaPierre was sitting in a chair with his hands over his ears, looking straight down. It was horribly painful. He said, in the nearly 2 years of investigators, intrigue, and infighting that have roiled the NRA, which he has led since '91, now a once invincible organization and its chief girding for a legal reckoning. I mean, LaPierre, he said, looking up, it's the most painful period of my life. Jesus, that's dramatic. So
That's
sad.
Wait a minute. Wait. That's what she said.
Jesus. Yeah.
Wow.
Now, do y'all feel bad about picking on Wayne all the time? Did you realize how he's going to feel?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's the most painful period of his life.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's I don't know if you guys are interested. I mean, it's a whole lot of article to read, but
it's the most painful
they
period
talk
of my
about
life. So after I'm done here, I'm going to hop on my private Lear and fly to Jamaica for the next 3 weeks.
What were you going to say, Ro?
To tell you the truth, but I don't care what this guy says. He's full of shit. A lot of those people that are in this organization are full of shit. I agree. It's our fault. It's our fault. There's so much more that we can do. There's so much more that we can accomplish. We can sit here and pick on the NRA all night long. It's not going to do us any good. The problem is people don't get off their asses. The problem is people don't go to these rallies that people put together. The problem is we sit back until it's too late, until it fucking consumes us and eats us. And then we look around at each other and say, well, we're going to blame this guy, Wayne LaPierre. We're going to blame him. I'm younger than the majority of people, but I see people at my counter every day that don't know shit about the NRA. They don't know what happened in the NRA. They don't know what Wayne LaPierre is doing, and they're still chucking money. As soon as I say something, they get offended. But then they come back 2-3 days later and say, you were right. I said, well, I don't like to get political at work. I really don't want to talk to customers like that. But this guy was pretty much trying to pick me up and throw me around, in the arena of talking about the NRA. And I think there's a big problem out there when people don't get off their ass, they don't read a freaking paper, they don't look on the internet, and they sit home. And then when this shit goes down, we're like, I guess we're gonna blame this guy and start pointing fingers. It's all of our faults. If we don't get our shit together and we don't stop looking at each other when it's too late, it will be too late. And there'll be nothing we can do. There's certain steps that we can take here and there, but there's always something you can do to change. And if you don't think that there's anything we can do, then you've already lost. You've already lost this war. I didn't walk around a fucking foreign country with a rifle in my hand because I thought I was going to lose. I did because I knew I was going to win. There's a difference. There's a reason why I'm on my couch and there's a couple of my friends that are in a casket in the ground. Now, if you continuously sit there and say, well, there's nothing we can do, we'll just blame this guy, you're wrong. There's a ton of things we can do out in this world. There's a ton of things we can do in this little niche that we've created. And the more time we sit back and let these things happen, the worse it's going to get. The GOA could end up like this. Second Amendment Foundation can end up like this. We have to control this. It's up to us. Just like we say it's up to us to defend ourselves, well, it's up to us to control these things. It's up to us to keep tabs on these things. Or we're going to end up like everybody that comes to my counter and not know shit about what's going on until it's too late.
You got it, buddy. Thanks for speaking
that's
up.
The people that go home and research it and come back and say, oh, yeah, I see what you're saying. Because the other people are just going to go listen to NRA literature, which right now is telling them that, like, people with petty disagreements from within or cause trouble. And they might read something like that and go, oh, he's one of them. And then disregard everything you said. Like, and they're not going to come back and go, hey, thanks, right?
So I was
like
scrolling through this sucker here, and I came to a part where we can read it here quick. Talking about the NRA TV budget. The NRA says that the NRA TV budgets grew from an initial $12 million a year to more than $20 million a year. It got to the point where in 2017, I'm starting to look at our ad budget, LaPierre said, and I'm starting to really question how many people are watching this. The answer, according to an independent analysis by ComScore, was not many. So they're talking about that, and then it's just as NRA money was funding the NRA TV. LaPierre was charging many of his expenses through Ackerman, charges that were then reimbursed by the NRA, an unusual arrangement that has attracted the attention of investigators. In a single May of 2004 outing to the Xenia Boutique in Beverly Hills, LaPierre dropped nearly $40,000 using a credit card billed through Ackerman and reimbursed by the NRA. Among nearly $275,000 worth of Xenia purchases through 2017. Quote, I mean, you could make me look bad and smear me with it, LaPierre said of his purchases, but I don't think there was anything improper about it, given the fact that I was the face of the brand. What's more, he said, Ackerman was advising me to do it. They recommended I do it. They set up the billing. What the hell? LaPierre also billed more than $250,000 in travel through Ackerman for trips to, among other places, the Bahamas, Palm Beach, Reno, and Italy's Lake Como. During the 2014 European trip to film at the Italian gunmaker Beretta, he took a side trip to a Four Seasons in Budapest. Was it for NRA business? He met with officials at the Firearms Museum there, he said, and talked about a trade of whatever, without offering more detail. Nonetheless, he said he only used Ackerman and McQueen's credit card because his own cards had been hacked. Oh my God.
Yeah.
Dude, Zegna is not cheap. I'm looking at, they've got a $6,000 parka coat. Okay.
I feel like unless you guys have had a big attorney firm offering you their credit card, you shouldn't talk. Like, you got to put yourself in his shoes. He was an innocent bystander. Big accounting firm was like, here, use this credit card.
Yeah.
Be fine. It's legal.
Yeah.
And he's like, okay.
I don't know, man. Like, if I have to buy a new uniform for work, right? Like, my pants get worn out, I got to go to the store and spend my own money. And then at the end of the year, I get a tax deduction, right? For like that, if I save the receipt for that $40 pair of pants, maybe go through 3 of them in a year.
Have you ever tried representing the brand? Maybe you should try representing the entire brand.
Yeah, right.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Well, we represent the department, and the department
it's muted.
Give us an allocation of 50 cents.
Yeah, if you're the face of the brand, and you still have to spend your own money, but then you just give your receipts to the person in accounting, and they'll reimburse your paycheck within 2 to 3 pay periods.
That's a good accounting. That's a good accounting department then.
Mm-hmm.
Despite the setback, Brewer's firm was charging $1 million to $2 million a month, studying the NRA's other increasingly marginalized lawyers. Some said a boutique firm didn't have enough manpower to justify such bills. So they're just billing them like crazy, man. Just like overcharging them, and they just never called them out. They just let them do it. They just let them charge it, and they paid it. Let them charge it, and they paid it. And then told them here, use this credit card. That's crazy to me. Like, a company gave you a credit card to use their credit card, quote unquote, but then
your lawyer's never given you his credit card to use. Come on.
I guess not. I don't think so.
On Midnight, come on, it's not like you've never used the Gun Channels card before.
I got to send that back to you, G. Sorry, I still have it.
Yeah. I've been hacked is the favorite excuse of all scoundrels. Try again, Wayne. Armed Ape, by the way, how you doing, buddy? I don't know that I've seen you here before. Thanks for coming. So I put the link out there for this article a couple of times. If you're interested, go read it.
So can I talk about something that has nothing to do with guns or anything serious for a minute? Is that cool?
Sure, let it rip, man.
You mean you want to change the subject?
I've been itching to talk about this thing because I'm excited for it, and I think you guys should know. And then you can go back to whatever.
Talcum powder.
So there's this game. It's a video game, all right? I don't care. It's a Star Wars video game. Okay, Strike 2. It's from 2004. Okay, you think it's Strike 3, but no. It's called Star Wars Empire at War. It got a makeover and reface on all of the skins of all the different ships and stuff from enthusiasts who like Star Wars, who enjoyed this game, and
E.C. Henry, Eckhart's
updated
Ladder.
it to way better than it is already. And it came out on Christmas. The download is $6, and I'm going to start playing it. That's all I got.
Yeah, it's like a real-time strategy with different starships, isn't it?
All the different races, all the different starships. You can take over the galaxy as the Empire if you want to. You can control Darth Vader's ships or the Emperor or whatever, Or you can be like Luke Skywalker in an X-wing or whatever you want, dude. It's actually a really cool game. But it was dated because it was made in 2004, so it just looked like crap and no one played it. But these guys really liked the gameplay and just made it look better. They updated it to run in 1080p with the ships looking how they should look, and the battle scenes.
So they just reskinned it.
Yeah, and the battle scenes are freaking amazing, dude. They really are. It looks like cutscenes from the movies.
With that download, do you have to supply your own virginity, or does that come with the download?
Well, unfortunately, Honda has kids, so
yeah.
It comes with a little button that you wear, and it helps.
See, I already made offspring, so I don't have to worry about that anymore. It's now their problem.
Fair call.
Geez, you guys are bringing nerd stuff into this chat, man.
Well, in all fairness, you did steal Never Enough Ammo Monday and Wednesday nights at 8 p.m. Central. Bracket shtick.
Nobody cares about Central Time, by the way. Central Time is BS.
So it's real.
It's not
We're
real.
the same
it's
age,
fake.
aren't we? Midnight.
It is the
Arizona's only the real time.
Approximately, give or take.
Yeah, about.
You played video games in your life. It's not like it's oh my god, he played a video game. He must be a virgin. Come on, dude.
Oh no, sorry, I'm joking. I'm playing Modern Warfare right now.
Exactly.
Star Wars.
It's just choose your poison. You're in Modern Warfare. So am I. I like actually Battlefield 1. That's a pretty fun game. But I also happen to like Star Wars.
What game? They're asking what game you're talking about.
You can get it on Steam.
What are you talking about?
Empire at War. You download the 2004 version, put it on your computer, and then I don't know what the link is, but if you Google the game, there's links to the link of the download that updates the game that enthusiasts did, and it just released on Christmas. So, Empire at War.
Armed Ape said, "Confirmed virginity unlocks all skins and cheat codes." Up, down, A, B, left, right,
There
virgin. Pow. You need a doctor's note? Yeah. So,
the code is
the NRA.
Up, down. The code is just up, down, up, down. It's just how fast you can do it.
Up, down, in, out, in, out.
Up, down, left, right.
Select A,
select start.
They've got every Star Wars game on here. So it should be
nerd.
See,
George,
I am
you're a nerd.
You're looking at it now, and you're like, "Wow, I'm eating my nerd words that I called you a virgin earlier."
Nerd words.
I didn't even call you a virgin.
Like a candy.
I just implied it.
You didn't say
Sounds like some sort of candy you got at the movie.
Though we all thought it very loudly.
No, I love Star Wars, but only 4, 5, and 6.
The originals.
Oh yeah, wait. Oh yeah, you're outside the U.S., so you don't get. Or is that just Europe that Disney Plus is like, no, screw you guys?
No, we got Disney Plus. I just haven't got it yet because I don't care about anything on there until the new Marvel series
The
start up.
Mandalorian is actually excellent if you haven't watched it.
Look,
and the full season's out now. The full season's out. So
There's too much interest in it. I'll watch it when it's not popular.
So you're one of those damn hipsters. Like, oh no, it's too popular. I have to wait until it's old and obscure so I can ironically enjoy it properly.
Yeah, like the rest
I'm
of us.
also-
No, I'm
It's
not a
good old
hipster.
guys.
I was doing that way before hipsters were doing that.
Yeah, so you're. He's a proto hipster.
he's an self-unaware.
I'm supposed to ask. I'm supposed to ask you guys how old a kid should be before you get them a Nintendo Switch, or how old do you have to be? Do you think? I can't remember what a Nintendo Switch is.
21.
make a kid
Send them
have
outside.
to
Let them play
buy his
outside with the
own.
other kids.
Make them have to buy their own video game systems. So that
I don't know,
There you
like
go.
7, 8, maybe.
Yeah. As soon as you can start doing
7,
chores and start earning money, then part of that money should be going to the video game console you want. Not before that.
Now, Mia, are
There's
you?
no concern.
Go ahead, V.
There's no concern it warps the kid's brain, turns it into pudding if you give a kid a device too early. Teach them to suckle off the teat of electronics.
I don't know if there's any way to stop it. These
Unlike TV, you
unless you're
mean?
like Amish.
No, I mean freaking middle schools are giving them tablets because here you got to do. Here's the application. Here's your
Earlier than
homework.
that. They give it to him in like 5th grade, I think. 4th grade.
Yeah. Now, Mia, are you thinking of just getting him one, or are you already trying to get your Christmas list for next year kind of figured out?
So are there not like the equivalent of Amish people or religious people or gluten people that are like, I don't want my kid to have a typewriter or a laptop because it might have been eating peanut butter or something? Like, there's not people that say you got to give me old-fashioned homework because of my feelings?
Probably not. I don't know. We might still be within that transitional period of paper is still a thing. So, okay, you just need to go over there and print out your assignments and make sure you actually hand them in.
It's more like that one meme where the guy's got 2 buttons to push, and one of them is like, I object to this because I don't want this, and the other one is like, oh, but it's a free laptop. And then they're like, well, I would like to object, but I'm also getting a free laptop.
Well, it's not free. If you break it, you have to pay the school.
Well,
Plus
it's weird what they did in Colorado, like a couple of years ago, is they bought every single kid in every single school in Colorado, as far as I know, a brand new iPad. And they kept them for exactly 1 year, and then they traded them all in, got a fraction of the money back that they spent originally, and then got every single kid one of those Chromebooks or whatever. So they spent like ungodly amounts of money on technology to give to kids, only to take it back, get a fraction of that money back, and then spend another ungodly amount of money. And I'm just like, what are you guys doing? Like, well, they got lots of money from Halloween time.
I understand that they did that. Do you know that they actually lost money when Apple first gave computers to us when we were little kids? Those Apple IIs that we all used, that was free. Like, they didn't charge nothing for that. They charged more for Macintoshes because of that. Same way Glock charges what they charge, and they offer the NSSF for free. So are they doing something like that? Because I could totally see where they go, we're going to give you a bunch of tablets so that your kids figure out the difference between not having a free device from school and understanding responsibility. So let's give them a tablet. And then once they figure it out, once we've got our systems of distribution, you don't just blink your eye and every kid has a tablet. You have to create storage that has security. You have to have infrastructure. So I could see them doing tablets as an introductory thing to fill the pipes. and then send laptops out. Because once you depreciate a bunch of laptops or anything like that, they could send that to some other country or to like, doctors without borders or something, and give them to schools, depreciate them out for taxes, and send them out to some other thing. I could totally see Apple or Macintosh doing that. Did something like that happen?
Now, let's not be trying to prop Apple up too much here. The entire point, well, not the entire point, but they're a business. They're in the business of making money. And the whole thing with, like G said, hold on. Let me finish my thought. Then you can. I'll be quiet and we can.
And I can't interrupt you then.
No, I know. No, when they were giving the Apple IIs and that, it wasn't. Oh, we want to make sure that you guys know how to use computers. We want to make sure that you know how to use our computers and think that, oh, if I want to go into graphic design or architectural study, I need a Macintosh because only a Macintosh runs this particular program. And pretty much, and a lot of places people still think, oh, I'm going into graphics design, I need an Apple because they're so much easier and better to use and blah, 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 blah. Their motivation is not purely altruistic in giving away these things. I mean, sure, would it be cheaper in the long run for Apple not to know, oh, hey, this iPad is $1,000, but we'll sell it to your school for $500? Possibly. But then but in the longer term, they have a greater potential of selling more of their product because little Johnny and Janie grew up using an iPad or grew up using a G5 Power Mac. And all of a sudden it's like, oh, I use this at school. My college uses this for my program, so I need to buy that $1,200, $2,000 laptop.
As I say, because if it's anything like firearms with like in law enforcement field, Glock, SIG, Smith and Wesson, they're the same way. The department issues, department buys, say, 300 guns at, $400 a piece. Okay, well, in 2 years or 3 years or 4 years, when they decide to trade them in, they go through the same group. And it's like, okay, well, just like Fish and Game here in Arizona just did. They traded in their SIG P229s. They got their P320s for free. It cost them $1. That's what they do. They can't give them quote unquote for free, so they charge them $1. So each of their new guns, they took the old ones in trade, charged them $1. So I'm just wondering if they didn't do something like that in the back end, and it just nobody didn't know about that.
Well, there was no stuff to trade out though with the schools. It sounds like that was their initial version of tech that they were handing out. You can look at the Apple thing.
I thought he said they traded. So they already gave them to him the first time, and then the second time they charged him more money for the second batch.
Well, the strategy typically is to get guns in the hands of departments, so then you can go around saying you're in the hands of departments. That sells guns in the actual market where you actually sell your guns. Departments don't make up a percentage of the market for guns, but for computers, anybody can look at hindsight. Talk to Honda. He loves looking at stuff in hindsight and suggesting that is the way that it happened. But the fact that in real life, what happened is Apple decided that of all the business practices that have already happened and all the business practices, no one had ever given schools computers before because that was unprecedented. And they decided that's important. And if it had a business consequence, anybody can look at it with 2020 and look at successes and say, oh, those people did the easy way. But I suggest that in whatever 1960, 70, 80, whatever year that was, that Apple made that decision, it was a bunch of two hippies that made a decision that had excellent consequences for them. We should be taking that as inspiration and not looking at it pessimistically that, it was a thing. And even if it was just a capitalistic thing, that they somehow knew that by giving away technology today, even though it was unprecedented, that they knew it was a for certain thing that they were going to make money, then hoorah, capitalism. They're awesome capitalists. awesome hippies, they're awesome capitalists, but I'm never going to discredit Apple for putting out those computers. They turned us into a generation that understood and was competent with the tech that our parents created and built and refused to use. We're comfortable with it. We taught our offspring who are fluent in it, and that's going to change the world. So I think Apple, I'm giving them all the credit in the world. I'm never going to suggest that it was a petty attempt at making a couple of bucks or getting people. Again, that whole graphics thing is 2020 hindsight. They would have loved to have been able to say that was the thing, and they'd have had way more money if it was the case that they had that kind of foresight in the market. But there's no way you're going to tell me it actually went down through the 80s, 90s, 2000s, and now 2010s, that somehow Apple knew all that was going to happen or was betting on all that. I think opposite. I think that they were willing to lose it all because they thought that computers in the hands of children was a catalyst that needed to happen no matter what the financial consequences were.
Well, I'm pretty sure that the schools in Colorado were charged for the iPads that I was talking about, and I'm pretty sure that they didn't get the amount of money back that they put into them originally when they sold them. So my point was that they just wasted a whole bunch of money on something they gave up on 1 year later because they discovered that it wasn't helping the kids out. There's an article on the Washington Post from a Washington teacher who says that the school gave them his kids iPads, and 5 minutes later he wished that they hadn't, like stuff like that. That's all I'm saying. It's a waste of money if you're not going to do it in a well thought out planned way. If it's just literally in this case to make a buck. And I'm not saying in the 80s when they were giving them away that it wasn't, but I'm saying now, like, the usefulness of an iPad for a kid of that age to learn on is limited. You know what I mean? Like, yes, it is there, and I'm not saying that it's not, but I'm saying compared to other tools that are available, like the ability to type on a keyboard isn't there. Like, you're not going to learn that, and that's important to learn. Like, and that was one of the things that they were learning from the kids was, hey, they don't know how to fucking type because they're all learning on iPads. Anyway.
Now, Honda, just a question for my own pure curiosity. You said they got money and bought the iPads. Was it this district just came into a windfall of money and decided, oh, hey, iPads, that's the thing we need to do? Or was it a thing
full
like
windfall of money? We have all of this crazy amount of marijuana tax money, because that's what a portion of it goes to, is the Colorado schools. So our budget is increased by this much. Lord knows we can't spend it on... Okay, so they did two things with it, right? They spent it all on the increase anyway. They spent it all on replacing the technology, which some of it I agree with, but others I don't, obviously, like the iPads. And the other thing that they were doing is tearing down old schools and building new ones. And in some cases, again, I agree with that. Like, if the school needs to be torn down, if there's like asbestos or some like inherent problem with the building, then yeah, tear it down. But a lot of them, including the elementary school that both of my kids went to, that it just happened to be old, there was nothing particularly wrong with the building. They tore it down and built a new school right next to it that's roughly the same size. It wasn't even bigger. And like, that's the other thing. Like, if it needed to be a lot bigger, okay, I get it. You don't want to just have an addition. You want to build a whole new school because you got this money. Okay, I get it. You're just tearing it down to build a new one that's basically exactly the same size, that's basically in exactly the same spot. For what? I don't know. And that question has never been answered. It just seems like they're just throwing away money because they have it. And as a taxpayer in the state, I would rather see them use that money in the state towards things that, I don't know, would actually benefit more people than just, building stuff and tearing stuff down. It's like what China's doing when they're building cities that no one lives in just so that they can have revenue from building it, the materials and stuff.
Please. You mean the crime-free cities because they don't even have money?
Because they don't even have people, yeah. Oh, wait, money.
See, Honda, you should know better than this, because... Oh, excuse me. I'm going to hack it. I'm going to hack up a lung here quick.
Stop smoking weed. No, I'm just kidding.
You
missed the drug chat that we did on my chat before this.
Because he's been sitting next to Midnight. Midnight's not been covering his mouth when he's been hacking up lung butter.
That's right. He transported all the way out here to Arizona.
You're muted, Midnight. We can't hear you talking. Your lips are flapping, but you ain't making no sound.
I said I'm on the bottom row with G, so I'm not there. And yes, Honda, we knew you had a drug chat. We could smell it all the way in here.
Sorry, I need to get some air freshener. They use those the toilet paper roll with the dryer sheets.
No, you need to go get yourself
There
a
you go.
55-gallon drum of odor ban concentrate.
Sounds flammable.
Not after you mix it with water.
But anyway, so Honda, yeah. So don't you realize that little Johnny Snowflake, he can't carry anything over 2.5 pounds.
Well,
So,
if it's
because
any
he's
heavier than that,
flower
his
child.
backpack can be used as a blunt weapon.
See, there you go. So he must have that that iPad to make sure he can complete his work, and so he doesn't get back strain or leg strain or arm strain or anything else like that while he's
Despite the fact that an iPad is made out of glass and aluminum and can be turned into a shank, but that could just be my warped mind coming out.
There you go. Why do you think they aren't allowed in the prisons?
Beef factory air freshener smells like the butcher shop. G-Webs, do you have a link to that? Because I believe that's a copywritten product of Diet Beef Soda Zero that wasn't supposed to be launched until Q1 of 2020.
I was just suggesting something they might be able to make out of one of the byproducts. Just stick a bottle over the exhaust vent, have somebody up there, bottle in the exhaust vent, and it's like another source of revenue.
No, actually, I think the biggest source of revenue would be manufacturing or marketing the wicks for it. So, I mean, you just put a bottle of Diet Beef Soda Zero up there, it's just going to go fizzy and it's just going to go flat. And only way it's going to start to smell is if someone tips it over.
Yeah, see what Pink is saying there? I want to see Honda's comparisons of the building schematics, because when I went to school, and I have no idea if my high school is still sitting there or not, it was a long time ago. It was horrible. It was a school designed for the South in the North, so it had way too many windows, and it was always hot and it was always cold because it couldn't heat itself. One entire wall of every classroom was glass, so it was ridiculous. You couldn't even sit near them and stuff. But teachers put up blankets. So if it's that kind of school, it saves money for the state, right? Putting up a decent one, having internet and fresh water and all that stuff.
No. Well, the thing is, it's not just a school. There's you can look up articles. There's dozens and dozens and dozens of schools all over Colorado that are all doing the same thing. And some of them
got all that recreational marijuana money, and they only can use it for schools, right? And there's got to be a ton of it. So they're probably, like you say,
it's a use of.
So why is there not a bus stop near my house then?
Midnight, you'd like to speak?
Your house specifically because of that weird grocery store across the way, and also
weird
that
smell you keep getting to the block.
I'm just saying, as an example, like if they're spending all of this money at services that are necessary for a parent to not have to fight traffic in the morning so his kid gets to school.
Well, Honda,
which
it's
I have
because
to do. I'm just as an example. I don't know.
It's because you've got that killer tree in your front yard. I mean, no self-respecting parent would want to put a bus stop anywhere near that thing. It could fall down on little Timmy or Tammy and just squash them into nothing.
God, I got to stop putting so much of my life on the internet.
That's right. See,
anyway, Midnight, you have your hand up?
Bus stops, you're talking about different things.
Not on purpose.
It's a creative world. Because you got state and county and federal crap all getting involved in that, and traffic studies and all kinds of BS for bus stops.
Yeah, probably the number of bus stops means the number of buses, and that's probably how much gas money and some other kind of funding, right? There's probably all kinds of political stuff.
Exactly, it is, because it's all geared in how many kids go to the school, distance away from the school, number of stops between here and there, what county you're in, what city you're in, what the state's going to permit, what the feds are going to allow. It's a disaster. It's a nightmare trying to get a bus stop.
What's a dude doing a conspiracy chat, letting his kids go to public education for anyway? I figure you'd be homeschooled a weird way out of
homeschooling them with the tinfoil.
They get home and I deprogram them every day.
So is there an app for that, or do you got to use some sort of probe?
So what I'm taking from this is general opinion from Gamer is to wait till he's older. Stick to educational apps on the iPad for now, right? LOL. I was like, yeah, these guys let the dogs run loose sometimes.
I don't know. I don't. Well, I don't know if you stick with just like the basic Nintendo, like just regular Mario and that. I mean, there's nothing really.
Dude, the educational games were
I would
always
let
the
a
ones
kid
that
play a
sucked the
game
worst.
as soon as he could show me how to code the game in software. So as soon as he could do it, then he can play with it all he wants. As soon as he can show me that he's not just going to be an end user and he's going to understand, maybe not programming if that's not his thing, but tell me how big a company this is. Give me some kind of homework or something. And once the kid's at that level, so it realizes it's about to give itself a hobby that's going to take a major portion of its time on this planet, right? I think that's the real concern, is if you just casually say, here, spend all your waking hours being an end user.
Again, if it's monitored and depending on what it is, and it's monitored, depending, like I said, depending on what game it is, it can promote good hand-eye coordination, but not for 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 hours, unlike what we're doing right now, sitting here.
Yeah, when you get carpal tunnel, you don't need hand-eye coordination that bad.
Exactly. Yeah. Well, then you get to learn about.
Yeah, you don't want him to be some.
And
Whoa, Pink! How long?
You don't want him to be some.
Tore down 3 1,000-year-old
You don't want him to be some loser talking to a bunch of other idiots on the internet.
Yeah.
Whoa, that sounded weird.
You guys don't hear the lady saying the thing. You just hear the Biden breathing, right?
Well, no, when you came in,
because I turned my volume up to like the maximum, like 11, and you're right next to the speakers, because I was hoping it was going to blast it with live streaming is on, but it doesn't.
Got all these funny sound effects in the chamber.
Or if you're concerned about like little man getting on the internet or that, go on eBay and find like an old Game Boy or one of the knockoff Game Boys that it's just got games on it. It can't do anything other than just playing games.
get him a Commodore 64, have him sit down, program his own stuff, and let him have it.
10.
Seriously, that's what I was getting at. Let them figure out like what coding can do. Then you appreciate games. Like
have him write his.
Just sitting down in front of a joystick is nothing.
Have him write.
But in that case, why not just get like a Raspberry Pi?
Well, having an actual computer,
I think that's equivalent.
Having an actual computer fucking opens up all kinds of like avenues and doors and things that you can do that you can't just do with a tablet or you can't do with a phone. That give you access to the same internet, right? But there's things that you can do on a computer that like blow everything else away.
I agree with you 1,000%. It's child abuse to just give a kid a phone or a tablet, because like you say, that's literally saying here's your end of the line. That's it. You can't do nothing from here. So
Mommy and Daddy are too busy or too tired to have to deal with you. So here, sit down and don't break anything.
So yeah, I just spent a crap ton of money building a gaming computer, which is also can be used for all kinds of things, but the kids are going to use it too, and they're going to do all kinds of stuff with it, hopefully. I don't know. We'll see. Or it'll just be my computer. I don't know. We'll find out.
What is EMF?
Electromagnetic field.
Frequency. I mean, we've only really been pumping that stuff out into the ether for like the past century or so, so we don't really have a long-term, air quote, study on the effects on people.
All the aliens within 100 light years know we're here now, though.
And you're talking about now putting stuff next to your face and putting stuff in your pockets. People put it in their butt, in their front pocket, in their chest pocket, and it's got wave. It's broadcasting and receiving. That's different than just like
Honda
having
puts stuff in his butt all the time.
line go.
Only your stuff.
I'm just saying, I can see.
Go ahead, G.
Is the question because your kid wants a video game console handheld thing? That's like a Game Boy, right?
I don't
It's
know. Yeah. I don't think he loves getting on his iPad, and we let him. He does a lot of educational stuff on there, and then we let him watch some fun videos. And stuff
Not
like
to put a kid on an iPad. He just said.
What's that?
Yeah.
Definitely don't let him go on an iPad. I just said don't let him go on an iPad.
Mia, go find like a Windows 95 computer and just pop in a disk of number munchers and word munchers, and the kid will be fine.
Oh man, I remember that. Oh man.
As a matter of fact, Mia, just find a Windows 95 computer. I will send you a copy of number munchers and word munchers.
Maths Blaster.
If you want a Windows 95 computer, I'll go out to the shop and go grab you one.
That's got to be a question that the moms groups talk about all the time, constantly, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, Windows 95.
They're out there demanding action.
No,
They're
when
too
to give
busy.
it to
I think
too busy
I think
crying
for them,
about guns and throwing penises onto girls.
For the moms, it's more like, what can I give the kids so he leaves me alone so I can get back to my bottle of wine and soap operas and bonbons, as far as I'm concerned. Most of them.
For some, it's like that, and then other ones, they're just hypochondriacs, like, oh, how's this going to affect little Jimmy or Johnny? Or he used a bad word today, so clearly that Game Boy I gave him taught him that bad language or that evil negative rap music that his older cousin listens to did it. It's not. It's because Papa smashed his thumb while hanging up the Christmas tree lights last weekend, and little Jimmy learned a few new words.
Yeah, if Pop-Pop's even there.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not Mama, and Mama's at work all the time, so she's stuck. He's stuck in daycare, and with everybody else except where he's supposed to be.
Is Sarge still in here? He said his just got a remote control car. So what about getting him something like that that's real life and it still gives you a toy and it's electronics and it's tech, but it's real life and you're going outside and you're learning mechanics and materials and
we had to buy shocks for the
maybe
truck
even
last
competition
night,
plus
yesterday.
Yeah, you wrecked it already.
Upgrades or
broke it
repair?
already.
Telephone pole.
Yep.
Now, Sarge, is this is this just one of the like electric cars, or is it one of the little nitro cars?
The electric are faster than the nitro cars now.
Really?
This thing goes over 50
Yeah,
miles
electric
an hour.
have way more torque. You get an you get a gas
you get
one
it.
because you like the idea of having a
The
little
ones
motor.
with the brushless fans. What brand did you get?
Got an Arma.
Arma. Okay, I'm not familiar with that one. I got my kids.
Do you got a remote control truck? At Honda's place, a remote control truck would be freaking
Yeah,
awesome.
the kids had one like 2 years ago, and they beat it to death. And then I didn't.
Well, yeah, because going up and down that hill behind your house would be like a lot for a truck, but it would be amazing. I bet.
Yeah, it was a lot of
But
fun.
it would definitely wear it out.
It was a lot of fun while it lasted, which wasn't.
But that's where you get one of the motor ones, I bet, like an engine, like a real gas motor, because that would last forever in your backyard, where like an electric one would have to die after a while.
Either
It just
that,
has
or
a really hilly backyard.
either that, or you just take the dead carcass of the old one and just go buy some like those drone motors and those multi-amp hour LiPo batteries, and then just teach Johnny and Jamie that, oh, much like a real car, if you wrap this around a telephone post, it's going to burst into flames.
We actually used it for shooting practice one day when we went up to the mountains to kill it all the way, because like it stopped turning left, so it would only go like in circles or straight. And like the kids were sick of it, and I couldn't figure out how to fix it, and so we took it up to the mountains, and I let him shoot it with a 10-22 while I drove it to death. It was pretty fun.
Well, 3 left turns do make a right.
It's true. I didn't think of that. Damn it. So is this past week as crappy for...
You can tell he isn't that old because back in the day, you'd get a car that had a motor in it and a wire coming off of it, and all it could ever do was backwards and then automatically turn off. That was super horrible.
Well, no,
You'd be like, here's a remote control car. You'd be like, oh, I got a remote control car. And then you'd get that L-shaped J thing that isn't really remote controlled at all.
They would go forward, and then when you went backwards, it would turn left backwards. That's all it would do.
Automatically. Yeah. So you had to like.
Yeah, it's
it was like learning the was that thing called the spirogram or whatever? It was like having to play one of them in your mind backwards every time you were able to control card.
Yeah, you had to work it around.
Yeah.
Take you 5 minutes to get it. If you wanted to go left, you'd have to go backwards 358 degrees. Yeah.
The safest place to be in a war with one of them cars would be to its left. Yeah.
Just standing right off the bumper. You could pump rounds through the windshield and they'd have no defense against you.
The price on those little like remote control cars for the quality has gone way down though, like over the years. Because I had one when I was a kid, so we're talking, like 30 years ago. But I had like a nice one, right? And that thing was like $300 back then, and that was like my baby. I got it for Christmas. It was like the only thing I got was this thing, and it was like everything I ever wanted. And I treated it like gold, and it still eventually like broke or whatever. And then the one that I got my kids like a couple of years ago, I think was like $60, and I swear it was just as good. It was like just as good as what I had back then.
Well, yeah, that's the way it goes with electronics manufacturing. They find a way to make something either smaller or cheaper or better, so everything ends up going down in price.
I'm just thinking like $300 in 1987. What was that? Or like maybe 1990.
That's a lot of money.
Big difference.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Is this you screen sharing, G? Do you know you're screen sharing?
I'm not G.
It's
I'm not screen sharing.
He's manipulating the matrix.
My code is much more efficient than this guy's code.
What are we even looking at? This is just
the matrix.
Oh yeah.
It says it right there on the left-hand side between math and memory.
I'm waiting for Lawrence Fishburne to jump out at us. Oh shit, there it is. You're right. You ain't lying.
See, all you see is numbers and letters, but when I look, I see blonde, brunette.
Really, because even though it clearly says countersink depth, all numbers are inch. Seems like pretty standard English to me.
Pretty hot. Pretty hot.
Okay, so we now know that Vandal is a numblophile.
Whoa, is that a real thing?
That's racist.
It might be.
Your sexual preference is not a race.
If it's true.
Depends on what that means.
So another news that's not related to your depressing childhoods. Does everybody know that New South Wales in Australia has been on fire for the last almost 2 months?
Save the koala bears.
Isn't
in our country we put the fires out?
Yeah, how backwards are you people?
Unless you're California.
No, they're still trying to. America and Canada sent firefighters to Australia to help with fighting the fires because they're so out of control. But I just saw a thing on news.com that said that they are still going forward with the New Year's Eve fireworks display in the middle of the fire ban in New South Wales because fireworks are more important, I suppose.
There you go.
Now, Vandal, isn't it like every year some part of Australia is either on fire, flooded, covered with bullfrogs or plague rats or locusts?
Yeah, absolutely. Just not to this extent. This is worse.
Like if you don't have fireworks,
than
then the fire wins.
Yeah.
You sure your folks down there aren't taking like cues from California or California, as the case may be?
They should just float
This
California
is how we
down.
control fires.
Have you tried a total ban on fires? And have you tried a total ban on fires and then recalling all the lighters from the country?
Or perhaps putting in.
That's probably the next step.
Or perhaps putting into effect a ban on any potential combustible items. Anything that could be used to set an arson fire has to be like registered and signed out for, like
Yeah.
wood.
They're going to have hate speech laws because some comments are just too inflammatory.
Oh, here I thought you were going to say it's because wildfires disproportionately affect people of lower income, and that's racist.
Try putting everything that's flammable near the edges, near the water, and then if it catches fire, you can just kick it off into the water.
The only problem with that is that the only habitable part of Australia is the coastline.
I don't know how islands work, but I can only assume that might work.
Well, you'd have to balance it real well. Otherwise, if somebody put like one extra little Lincoln log on one end, it'd end up flipping the whole continent over.
Everybody's stuff gets wet on the other end. Yeah, that would be annoying.
Yeah.
So there's
hasn't that fire wiped out like half the koala bear population?
Oh snap!
Half might be a bit much, but yeah, wildlife's getting wrecked.
Is
But
this
you know what I
because
want to know about is what's happening in Grays Harbor County in Washington.
Who's what now?
Maybe
Again?
somebody
I
could
was just
tell
reading
me.
an article. Yeah, some lady plugged an armed intruder. No, I'm just looking up, I had another article pulled up. We didn't talk about it. I was just reading through it. It's real short.
So there's
Grays Harbor, Washington.
There's this town in Kansas called Marquette.
I believe you.
Marquette, Kansas.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And they need people to move.
True.
They need people to move there so bad that they're giving away plots of land as long as you build a house.
That's been going on for a while.
There you go.
Yeah. Now, does it specify exactly what a house has to be? Does it have to have indoor plumbing and connected to municipal utilities, or is it just here? It's a cardboard box. It's close enough.
No, it's got to be like 1,000 square feet with a certain kind of foundation and modern stuff in it. But yeah, I mean, you could get away with like a concrete base and like 1,000-foot double wide.
So, in other words, they're not that desperate yet. They're not really trying.
Yeah,
Why are
they're not
they
trying hard enough.
Why are they doing that? What's wrong with the place that nobody wants to live there?
I guess they had a plan for expansion, and then no one moved there, and they were like, "Well, crap. Well, we can either like go bankrupt or give away this little bit for free and hope that people bring in tax money when they move here." So,
right.
Sounds like a
So
place
is the
where
land freehold after that?
I mean, they're like decent sized, like regular, like suburb plots of land. So, like, they've got like roads going to them, electricity and plumbing, like ready to be hooked up, all that stuff. So it's not like you got to like run all that stuff to wherever you're at. You know, I don't know. I'm not like planning on moving there or anything. I just found that today and thought it was interesting.
Nice.
That's cool. You could take like $200,000 and build a sweet ass house.
Well, I think what we need to do is everybody chip in enough money to buy up like a whole subdivision, and then we just make that the gun channel's frat house.
I mean, if we could just get like a deal on like a dozen like double wides, like used double wides for super cheap from like an old construction company or something, and then like someone's got to know a concrete guy, right? Like we know trucking people somewhere. Someone's got some concrete that they could deliver for at cost or some kind of deal.
Fall off the back of the truck.
And then boom, we got a whole neighborhood for, you know, pennies on the dollar.
There you go.
Of course,
someone's going to get shot though.
Of course, the gun channel subdivision isn't quite as cool a ring as Gun Channel's Island.
Yeah, we gotta.
Well, we just buy enough of the we get enough of them free properties in Kansas, dig a big moat around them, and then by default it is an island kind of.
Can we declare ourselves our own country?
How long? How deep does the water have to be before it becomes an island? There's a good question for you.
Well, I think
all you got to do is you have to dig down and under. So then as soon as the land is floating on the water, then it's officially an island.
But you You can't put too much on top of the island, otherwise it might flip over. So,
Well, here's the beautiful thing, though. If we get a larger diameter of the subdivision, then we have more interior room on the inside of our little floating island to build, like underground stuff and like seaways and hatches and stuff like that.
see, everyone's thinking about moving there now.
Let's go. We're there, man.
Google Earth it. Let's check out the
family telephone poles.
Some of these
trying to
guys
think about how much it would cost to bury a shipping container.
Some of these guys could stop there on the way to shot.
It's not far from Salina, Kansas, wherever that is.
Where are you saying, G?
So it's like near something, I think. It's not like that far. I think it's like 2 hours from Kansas City when I was looking at it. So you're 2 hours from major civilization. That's not terrible, right?
You've driven through towns last years. Utah, New Mexico, maybe Arizona, I guess a little bit. Probably Colorado, maybe not. But where there's old the mining towns or something that are gone, you could buy that.
What the
Parents outraged over discovering male surprise dolls have realistic genitals. This has got never enough ammo, hasty headlines written all over it.
Yeah, it's funny.
So that was a hard left turn.
Can I get you off of full screen? Jesus Christ.
Yeah, you just have to hit the Brady Bunch.
I was like stuck looking at like a little fucking peanut, like right in my fucking face. Dude. It's kind of like right for my eyes. I really didn't want it, but it was there.
I like the little dude's black and white hair. It's pretty cool.
So Gun Channel's Island, somewhere in the middle of Kansas. I think it's a good idea.
There you go.
We're in a geologically stable area. We're in the middle of the continental U.S., so we're very unlikely to be vulnerable to air attack from outside the continental U.S. And plus, if we get it big enough to where we can turn ourselves into our own, if not our own sovereign state, at least our own municipality, then we can have our own gun ranges in town.
Yeah, if we get enough properties put together, we could just like string a gun range across all of our backyards.
I'm sure nothing bad could happen there.
No, it's simple. We'll just put up everyone just has to tie up a little piece of caution tape, simply delineating. Here's a safe backyard, and here's the 4.5 mile range.
Gary comes out with his.
Everybody let your dogs out.
Well, that would be if you actually took 2 of those properties or 3 of those properties and built a range there, that would work because that would be a business, that would be income. They could make money out of that. They could get tax money out of that. Nothing wrong with that.
Unless they specifically state that you have to have a residence on the property.
Well,
that's okay.
See,
so
right there, Vandal.
We put a trailer on it.
No, Vandal had it right. If we make all of our residences underground bunkers, then it shouldn't matter if we have to put up the little yellow line stating this is the firing range, this is your backyard, because everything's going to be underground.
Good point.
I'm not often wrong.
I mean, we could make a killing making armored plates for the air vents, because we all know that somebody would be, hey, I bet you I can hit so-and-so's air vent from back here.
Do they still sell any of those?
Never happened.
Do they still have any of those old nuclear silos for sale that they used to sell to civilians when they decommissioned them?
Probably.
They do, but I think it'd be a bitch and a half to try and move an entire Titan II missile complex into our island.
No, we move our island into a complex.
Now you're just talking crazy.
You just
do you have any ideas how many U-Haul trailers we'd have to rent to lift up the entire island and move it to a Titan II silo?
Well, you could just abandon the island and
It would be cheaper
embrace
to
the
carve
silo.
a canal.
Well, then we could be our own sovereign country because we'd have our own self-defense silos, so we're good.
Now he wants to abandon the island. Listen to him. He's given up. He gave up.
Now here I thought you were going to say something sensible, like, "Hey, if our island is mobile, we are our own sovereign nation because we can just move around. If we don't like some place, or if they don't like us, we can just move along a little bit to the north, a little bit to the south."
We'll be the world.
I don't know where the island thing came from, but originally we were going to buy an aircraft carrier, just some old decommissioned aircraft carrier someplace, and then just park it, anchor it somewhere 3 miles off or whatever, be able to do whatever we want on there. And as long as you don't have a whole crew sucking off of it, you have enough solar and use some of the deck for a garden or something, it's basically a self-sufficient place. And then you just boat or helicopter out.
Like that boat from Waterworld, the guy that lost his eye and everyone was like needing cigarettes and stuff. I think that's.
No, I think G's thinking more like an infinity ship from World War Z.
Yeah, you could have the shooting range down the lower
Oh,
deck.
yeah, something like that.
Yeah, it's got the proton.
Or just, all kinds of possibilities.
Yeah.
Especially an aircraft carrier, because you don't have all them aircraft in there wasting a bunch of time and effort. You got all those bays.
Yeah,
the whole making me want to go play Star Wars now.
The whole hangar deck we can turn into a little hydroponics or like Ribbit City.
Range. You figure if you had an aircraft carrier and you kept the bottom of it floating around, and you don't need the aircraft part or the runways, you could have a half of an aircraft carrier be like a park, grow grass and have trees and stuff. It'd be like you just scoot your little boat around to wherever it's not, where the weather's good.
Mm-hmm.
You never have to worry about a storm or nothing. You just move it.
Solar panels, wind turbines, proton exchange membranes,
No,
turn
there's a
seawater.
nuke in there. There's a nuke in it. It'd probably run forever. You got a nuke in it.
20 years.
Yeah, 20 years like for military use, and then it'll last for another 100. Just sitting there like we're going to use it.
Well, no,
But anyway, it'd be self-sufficient because you wouldn't have the crew sucking off of it. You'd just have a basic crew and then visitors.
Can we use the ship? Can we use the ship to hunt the deadly narwhal and harvest its precious tusks?
No, because then we'll have
worry about the poke at the bottom of the ship all the time, probably.
No, because then we'll have that nut Stever when the whale wars guy
Holy
coming after our ass.
Yeah, Biker Bob just went live.
What?
Holy shit! Bob just went live.
You're being corked by a Canadian back in my day. That was fighting words, but
back in the day, you'd whoop shit out of a
internet.
Canadian for corking you like that. What the hell's Bob doing?
Hey there, Bob. How you doing there, Bob? I'm still looking at this $7,000 jacket from Zegna. I'm wondering why it's so expensive.
Gotta love this. I clicked on Bob's video. This video may be inappropriate for some users. I understand and wish to proceed.
Yeah.
Oh, I did end my chat. I tried to end my chat today with handling guns on YouTube. Oh, on a live stream. And nothing happened.
Not yet. Wait till it's too early yet. Wait till tomorrow morning when you try to get up and your channel's deleted and everything's gone and you're banned.
Well, that's not what they said they would do. If they did that, that would be the exact opposite of what they said they would do. They said that they would just end your stream and then you could start a new one if you wanted to, but that stream would end. But that did not happen.
Yeah, and you actually believe what they're
No,
telling
I'm
you?
testing what they're telling me because I don't believe it.
Ah, gotcha.
I mean, hopefully it doesn't bite me in the ass or anything like you're fucking saying, but I don't think it will.
Mad Sexy says, tell Fine Ape, banana down and watch him go crazy. Banana down?
I don't call them bananas. I call them yellow tree dicks.
Whoa. Whoa, that's just weird.
That's a little
More like
racist.
More like a blister or a pimple. You're picking off of a tree. It's like a tree.
It's a yellow tree penis.
Mad Texas says, who is EH? It's E Honda. So what was your show about today? Drugs and stuff, okay?
We were talking about just the history and current status of the drug war and the point of it originally and why it started and where it's gone and what people feel about it now and Schedule 1 versus other drugs and stuff like that. Yeah. I don't know, man. Has your here's a question for you, and I've noticed this in the last couple of days. My YouTube shit has been going all wacky. Like my
In what way?
So YouTube like deleted my analytics, or it's like under review, or like it won't show them up for like the last year all of a sudden. And then if you check my channel, if you check my channel, it says I have X amount of subscribers, right? It says like 715 or something like that, right? And then if I check it on my YouTube Studio, it says it's like 690. And then if I go into my like history and pull up subscribers and then like view it over lifetime, right? It should be the same number. It's like 650. So there's like 3 different numbers for the number of subscribers, and there's no reason why, and I don't understand.
YouTube Studio's been messed up for the last week.
Is that what it is? It's something with the studio?
Yeah, it's been messed up for the last week.
Okay. I thought everyone was just unsubscribing for some reason. I was like,
No, Snob was losing what, 40, 50 a day.
Yeah, he has all sorts of crazy shit happening.
He whined incessantly about it. Even once he found out, it was just that YouTube Studio, the studio was messed up. He said, "But I keep losing them." I'm like, "You're not losing anything because your subscribers are the same. They're actually going up. It's just that the studio is showing them incorrectly." But I think they finally worked it out.
No, I just thought it was kind of weird, I guess. I don't know.
All right. I say we lock it up. I think we're out of bullshit. And I want to get to bed.
Red of bullets.
Well, we didn't even talk about Texas.
Oh, Jesus. Dude came into a church. The security guy laid him out. Bing, bang, boom. Done.
Did you guys watch the full video of that?
No, I didn't.
It's posted in the side chat. There's a link to it.
Go in the private chat. I posted a link for it.
Shit.
Because right now, I believe that's the only one you can get. They've taken them down. All the sites that it was up on, they took them all down. I mean, immediately after they were. Mac was saying he posted his on Instagram. It wasn't even up for 15 seconds, and they had it locked out.
It's on World Star Hip Hop for some reason, whatever the fuck that is.
Of course it is. Somebody gets decked or laid out or ventilated, it's going to be on worse. But I tell you what, it doesn't matter if it was doesn't matter if it's a righteous kill or not. I just really don't like to see people getting killed full stop. Like,
yeah,
I understand, like, you got to get the story out there and all that kind of thing, but I'm not interested in seeing somebody getting shot.
Yeah.
Well, I rather enjoyed seeing the bad guy get shot, but I didn't enjoy seeing that member of the congregation get laid out by the shotgun. I did not enjoy that at all.
Is that what it was? He had a shotgun?
Yes, especially at that range. That was not a good thing.
He shoots 2 of them, and I guess that guy just thought he could draw his gun quicker, which he wasn't doing. I don't want to talk bad about him because he passed away, but he was not trying to get away or anything. It just turned out poorly.
He froze. There was just no 2 ways about it. You can see that he was just like dumbfounded. It's like, what the hell is that? Oh shit! for that.
It was good to see that there was
I
like
wonder-
5 dudes with guns who were like responding, even though like the one guy shot one time and ended the thing. You know what I mean? There were other people in case he wasn't there or whatever. Like, I don't know. It was just good to see that.
Well, they got it done
sucks
quick.
that that's the world we're in today. That like where you got to bring a gun to church, but I'd rather be the guy that brings a gun to church and keeps it in his freaking holster and never has to use it than the guy who doesn't bring one to church and should have.
Start to finish was
People
6
have been
seconds.
killed over religion for thousands of years.
What was? Do we know anything about it?
They aren't releasing anything yet. That's under tight wraps with the FBI right now. They aren't saying squat about nothing.
I wonder if it was birdshot or slugs.
Just remember, Jesus said
At that range, it doesn't matter.
Jesus said, if you don't have a sword, sell your cloak and buy a sword.
Yep.
No.
That's why EOTech and Churchicon put Bible passages on their stuff all the time. And it's always related to something like that.
I didn't know they did that. Well,
That's usually one of the telltale signs of whether you have a real Trichicon or not. Because if there's not a Bible passage on it, it's a fake. It's a guaranteed.
Well, I mean, I'll be interested to. I mean, there's not a whole lot to talk about. That's why I didn't really, wasn't really jumping to talk about it all that much. Other than it is good to see other people in there that had firearms. That's good to see. But obviously, one person did die, and one is in serious condition.
Like I put it when I was watching Mac's chat, I put in his chat. I put it in the comments there. It's a shame because this will be buried and it'll be gone, and there's going to be no reporting on it after tonight. It'll be buried tonight because it doesn't meet their quote unquote agenda. So you're never going to hear about it.
Well, I think a lot of it too will depend on his motives too. I mean, if it turns out that the guy was, I don't know anything about the shooter, they're the guy that did the killing. If there is some sort of motivation, if it's, I don't know. What type of church was it? What was the denomination? I guess it would be the.
It was Catholic, and they were all. I mean, you could tell like it was basically like 90% white people in like a white neighborhood or whatever. I'm not sure about that.
And was the killer a white guy?
Nope.
No. Yeah, that'll not. That's not going to get talked about for any. There's nothing that's going to make them talk about that. Other way around, it's a huge deal.
The other thing that kind of made me upset about it was like the way that they were talking about the alleged shooter or whatever. It's like, dude, you got him on camera. You know what happened. I think you can get beyond saying alleged shooter at that point.
Well,
like if there's a trial coming or something, like you might be charged. No, dude, he's dead. We have him on camera. He had the gun. The gun's in the body's hand. Like there's no alleged about that. I'm sorry.
As far as the FBI and like the denomination, I was involved at a shooting that took place at a church. And when the FBI called, it was about a 30-second phone call. All they asked they asked if the shooter was black, and they asked if it was a black church. And when they found out it was neither, they said, "Okay, thanks," and they hung up. Didn't care anymore after that. So shows where it didn't change the incident in the least, but they only cared about the race and people involved.
Yeah. They needed to know whether it should be on the radar or not.
It didn't change the incident. Seems like they should be just as concerned.
Yeah.
They were only concerned about the race of the people. Didn't care about the incident.
That's weird, dude. Why would I mean? I don't get that.
That's
Why
all
wouldn't
that
they
matters.
just want to
Is race.
investigate?
Because that's all that matters is race. People look at incidents differently based on the race of the people involved, even though it should be just about the incident.
You're talking about the public perception of it.
Well, they need to know if they need to have a statement worked up, or if they can just be like, "Oh, okay, we don't need to do anything with this. Move on to the next one."
Mm-hmm. They didn't care anymore.
Yeah, nobody's gonna make a big deal out of it, so the FBI didn't need to spend any manpower on it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh, what are you talking about? Like if the feds will call local? Were you saying the feds will call local? Because the feds are involved with interstate, national level stuff. So
They're
if it doesn't
involved with a lot
involve
more
kidnapping,
than just that. I was there with the person that was interviewing me, received the phone call from the FBI, and that's all they asked.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Because you got local law enforcement to take care of situations. The FBI doesn't come down and solve all crimes. They come down and solve interstate crimes that have to do with like narco and trafficking, all the stuff the federal level law enforcement's tasked with. So wouldn't they call and say, another way of calling would to say, is it anything that's in our jurisdiction? That's what I'm saying.
Well, they just cared if they thought someone there had done. They cared if it was someone attacked a black church. They would have cared about that.
Yes, a race crime would be their jurisdiction,
No.
right? Because then it could be
not
a greater
necessarily.
problem. Well, no, not everyone. Okay, I agree with you. Not every situation. But if they said, was it this? And you said no, then they go, okay, it's not whatever their jurisdiction is. It's not whatever they're looking for.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I'm just trying to look at it from a non-Honda 2020 hindsight. Everybody's out to get us. Somehow the world has existed this entire time, but it's all been out to get us this whole time.
Can we make that a thing? Can we tell people to stop taking off that they need to take off their Honda goggles to see things right? Can we make that a thing?
In 2020, I'm going to be using the 2020.
You should wear 2 pairs of goggles so you can get a second look at everything.
Would you take off your Honda goggles and look at this thing straight, please? Thank you.
Hey, if you say it like that, they might get the wrong idea.
Yeah, I didn't say it like that. I'm not trying to cringe on the Sunday show. I'm just saying, don't think everybody's out to get you.
And that joke was funnier than that. That's something somebody told me one time. So they wore 2 pairs of glasses so they can get a second look at everything.
That's so horrible.
I didn't make it up.
They were on Rich's. I did click into Rich's chat for just a couple of minutes, and they were trying to. I think it was Rich's chat, and they were talking about bad jokes or dumb jokes. Was that Rich's
this is
chat?
coming with a guy that was absolutely stoned out of his gourd, and this was some of the stuff he was telling us. He also had some packages of salmon.
Trying to be buddy with the cops.
Packages of salmon in his pocket. A box, an empty shotgun shell box full of peanut shells, because it was a box of shells. And he'd been smoking nutmeg. So I
love it.
Just Google that. What happens when you smoke nutmeg?
That's awesome. Is that really a thing that people do that?
Look it
I've
up.
heard of smoking banana peels, right? Like mellow yellow, I think.
Look up smoking nutmeg or ingesting large quantities of nutmeg. You get a sense of euphoria followed by up to 8 hours of the sense of impending doom.
The dangers of nutmeg abuse. Abuse. Spice.
We don't have a therapist Yankee in here or something, but I think when you get to the obscure things like shoe polish and gasoline, the person doing it is an indicator of their behavior as much as the thing that they're doing, right? Nobody's just like, hey, I'm going to casually ingest you have to take a lot of nutmeg to get any kind of effect. So, like, I'm going to casually do a pound of nutmeg.
Ounce.
You know what I mean? Like, that's somebody who's desperate and, like, they're going to sniff gasoline and do just about anything to get messed up, right? Like, that's got to be a mental condition, and that's them trying to self-medicate, I would think, no?
Most addicts do have an underlying mental issue, and they're
The addict, that's what I should have said. Addict. That's like an indication of an addict, right? If they're like doing something weird, like banana peels or something, like, oh, I read this in a magazine, and now I'm, they probably like they could have just drank water, and somebody could have told them if you drink water upside down, you'll get high from it, and then they're going to walk around all weird because they drink water upside down or something, right?
All I know is
I have no.
I'm not going to. I'm not going to talk about the
teenagers
effects.
like, oh, hey, I found this old book that said. Good.
No, go ahead. I must have a lag because I.
No, you go ahead.
No, I think the lag. He's the only one with the lag, I think.
So I just found some nutmeg upstairs. How much do you have to smoke?
We're not going to talk about how much or what it does to you because I don't know. I already looked it up. I Googled it, and now I'm probably on a damn list somewhere, and we don't need to make it any worse than it already is.
Well, I'm on the same list because I Googled it too, so we're okay.
Yeah. You can talk about how much nutmeg to do. You just can't do it in a live chat.
Oh, yeah.
Just don't handle nutmeg in a live chat.
Well, how do you
Moose
prove
doing
that
it right
Ehan
now.
is doing it in a live chat? All we see is a.
But it was the eggnog, I swear.
Interesting. Didn't know that. I wonder how much you have to eat of it.
When these junkies do the nutmeg, if they eat enough nutmeg and they have one of them urine tests, it'll come up positive for eggnog.
In medieval Europe, nutmeg was worth more than its weight in gold.
So it was a lot of stuff. Pepper was too. Black pepper was
True.
at one time too.
Yeah, because everything's boiled
True,
in
you
water
gotta-
or mud or something gross, right? Imagine if you were eating at Midnight's restaurant every day. Be like, I'll pay anything for that nutmeg. Anything for that salt.
Just give me the nutmeg.
Yeah.
Moo's driving up to
Talking
his nutmeg cabin.
Well, talking about stuff that's
Talk about,
common
like-
now but was expensive as hell back in the day. The top of the Washington Monument, the very point of it is actually aluminum, and at the time, that stuff was worth more than gold because it had to be processed, or the only way to get it was through a chemical process, whereas now we just run electricity through bauxite-rich clay, and it produces thousands and thousands of times more than that chemical procedure ever did.
Huh. Aluminum's cool too because when it oxidizes, it actually protects. It's a protectant too. Like when aluminum is freshly cut. Good.
Where do they dig? We don't have it around here. It's all silver, and so it must be somewhere
It's
else, right?
it's in bauxite clay, or bauxite's like the mineral
what
that
part
is.
of the world? What part of the country,
Jamaica.
I guess. Where?
There was some down in some of the southern states, and then I think Alcoa expanded into like parts of South America and the Caribbean had like larger.
Ain't from here then.
There was some domestic production of or recovery of bauxite ore, but most of it, was like in the kind of like South America, Caribbean area. At least according to this wonderful stop motion 1965 Industry on Parade video about all the wonders of aluminum.
Yeah, that's super cool. I had no idea that they did that. I want to go watch that now.
Maybe it's just that the
copper. When they do the copper down here, they dig a whole mountain up eventually, right? They just dig up this mountain. There's tons and tons of just rock. They smash it up with giant ball bearings in a big, giant clothes dryer, and then put water in there and a little bit of soap, and the copper attaches to the soap. So it kills a lot of water, but there's like almost no chemical process for the copper out here. It used to be acid. Like other places use acid. Like Utah, I think, uses acid. Down here, though, it's just soap and water. Isn't that crazy? And then a lot of
The
physical.
mine up here uses a boatload of acid. We get acid trucks running up here constantly.
Well, that might be gold or something.
It's
Just
They
down here,
use cyanide for gold.
Yeah,
which is
it's
what
gold,
they
silver,
use
and
here.
copper up here.
But yeah, that sounds super cool. Electric. They probably have to have it next to a dam or something then too, so that they got enough electricity for all that. But it sounds like they need it to come out of water, shallow seas or something.
No, it's here. I'll post a link to the video on the side. Yeah, let's see. It's like 2.5 or so minutes in for going through the actual process of. Well, little Jimmy, this is how aluminum goes from in the ground to your favorite beverage container.
How much of a can is recycled? What percentage of an aluminum can today is recycled?
I think pretty much all of it's recycled. Well, with the exception of the screen printed stuff on the outside.
I'm talking the aluminum though. How much of it is recycled? How much of the aluminum has been a can before?
I know it all depends on how many people actually cash in their cans, or
today it's 70%. I watched a video on it.
Okay. Even though the bottom has fallen out of the market for recycled aluminum.
Yeah.
I can't imagine something that they produce something like 90 billion cans a year. There's no way they're using today's aluminum prices for tomorrow's can. That's got to be a 10-year weird thing. You know what I mean? Like that's got to be some cycle where they're projecting out in the future.
I got a 55-gallon bag of crushed aluminum cans here, and I have nowhere to go with them because the recycling place up here shut down. They weren't making any money.
Well, even the couple I've looked at, they're saying no. We've got like 3 or 4 semis full of compacted cubes of aluminum, and it's not. We're just sitting on them.
Well, this isn't all in a vacuum either. Honda's Chinese city that he's always hating on. Mm-hmm. They needed a lot of aluminum and steel and stuff to make those empty cities. So once they stopped building cities on it for no reason, well, for the future, basically their future cities. But once they stopped building them, they quit using all our metal. So we were pulling down bridges and sending them to China like there was no tomorrow for a long time. Like it was scary how much metal we sent to China.
Yeah, they sent a whole bunch of it right after 9/11 too, didn't they?
Oh yeah, we've been sending like our bridges, our infrastructure over there for a while. Sending our containers.
I think that
they keep them because that dam and they build them cities. They were using a ton of materials.
Yeah, they had
I think that's where a lot of the stuff went. Oh, roll call took off on us.
And they were able to build cities that don't even have crime. It's amazing.
He passed out, smashed his head on the keyboard, and disconnected himself.
Did you ever get a kitten named Tomato or whatever they were going to get? Ketchup?
I don't think so. I don't know.
Kitty.
I didn't realize Trichicon's Bible verses were so deep. Holy shit.
Oh, yeah?
I thought they did that stuff to mess with where they were fighting, like so that there'd be Bible verses on the stuff that killed people that really don't like that idea.
Oh, that's actually kind of cool. If that's the reason, I like that.
No, I think they've always kind of.
Trichicon has always been doing this, but like I said, this the one they have in their RMRs. I mean, it's it's 2 Peter 1:19, and it's like this is like pretty deep.
Hold on, let me check on it.
So we also have the prophetic message as something completely reliable, and you will do well to pay attention to it. As to the light shining in the dark place until the day dawns and the morning stars rise in your hearts. That's pretty deep when you think about it.
Huh. All right. It's 2:30.
How to kill a chat.
Let's knock this shit off. Oh, look. Vandalistic has already taken a damn power nap.
Are you an American wimping out because Bob, a Canadian, is corking you so efficiently?
Is he still going? Is he still yakking over there?
He didn't even acknowledge that you're live, and he just is basically coming up and drinking out of your milkshake, and you're just gonna your answer.
You still got 28. You still got 28 people going there.
Bob's got 5. Bob's got Mad Sexy. Fine Ape, what are you doing over there, jerk? Gee, you son of a bitch.
Now, Midnight, you have to realize that Biker Bob is like a legend as far as gun channels people go.
True story.
Plus, it's Biker Bob. I mean, it's like seeing a baby squirrel. You don't see it all that often.
All those possible lowers just sitting around his cans. Yeah, how about it? That's what they should do is turn them all into lowers. You'd be able to buy lowers for $5 a piece. Just hand them out. Hand them out like candy. Legally.
Well, Guncraft 101 forged his own out of old pop cans.
Yeah, that was awesome. He did one out of something else, too, like brass or something, I think.
Brass, and then he tried to make one out of wood and that.
Yeah.
What is this? Rev 1223?
I could pull up Bob's chat on here and we could watch Bob's chat on my chat.
That's legal because it's not a real chat. It's from Canada. It's only
right. They don't have. Yeah, there's different. There's different
chaps.
Go ahead.
A lot of times Canadians will stand up and act like people, and it's funny. You put like a hat on them or something.
It's like
you give them a little too. Give them a bottle of Labatt and they're good.
What's China to do with that?
In all seriousness, no, I did read an article a while back that somebody was gluing hats onto Canadians because they thought it was funny, and they would take pictures of it.
It was Canadian pigeons,
I think that was birds.
Oh wait, that was pigeons. I always get Canadians and pigeons.
6 of one, half dozen of the other. It's understandable. They're always cooing and strutting around. It's hard to tell the difference, both of them.
Did you see this new cartoon where it's Will Smith gets turned into a pigeon? It's a movie.
Oh yeah, I did see the preview for
It's
that.
like brand new, I think.
Yeah,
It's weird because it's like a spy, right? A regular spy, and then this scientist guy turns him into a pigeon accidentally. They don't think I'm spoiling anything, and then he's just like, "Okay, guess I'm a pigeon." Like,
I saw something. There's another one here. We saw. Yeah. I saw something about it. I don't know.
If you got turned into a pigeon, would you just give up and be like, "I'm going to be a pigeon now," or would you like try to like recover?
what happened to all that?
Yeah.
Mass?
I mean,
all that mass. You can't just drink and get your mass back to become a human. It all evaporated. You are a pigeon now, or you're going to be a tiny, tiny human if you ever come back.
Well, I'm just saying, like, there was some process, or would you just like be like, "Okay, I guess I'm flying south because winter's coming"?
No, pigeons don't do that though. They sit around, do whatever.
Yeah, just think about the fact that you can just fly around and poop on the heads of people you don't like.
Fucking free.
That's a bonus.
If you were a pigeon, you'd sit around with other pigeons being like, "Man, they put spikes over there, and back when I was a kid, they didn't have spikes over there, and they put those spikes out there just to get us because we used to sit on there. Now they can't let us sit on there because there's spikes on there now, and you put spikes on there."
Fucking tree rats.
Although, as a really smart pigeon, you'd have a pretty easy life as a smart pigeon. You'd know where to go and what to do and what not to do, and don't just fly around aimlessly.
Now, would you have a pigeon's lifespan because you're a pigeon now, or because you got transformed into a pigeon? You're still going to live to be like 90 as long as you keep eating and not dying.
No,
and stuff.
you'd be physically you'd have a physical pigeon lifespan. So yeah, I don't know, what is that? 10 years maybe? I don't know.
So you got like a couple years left, maybe, if you're lucky. If you don't get eaten by a cat or something.
There's no way pigeons live 10 years. I'm looking at this.
Yeah, maybe not. I don't know.
3.
I'm not a pigeonologist, man. I'm sorry.
You got Google, look it up.
Vandalistica probably knows. He lives in Australia.
6 years in the. That's true.
17 months.
That's all. That's all a pigeon lives is for 17 months.
But that's in metric.
Yeah, and then
So
they
in our time.
then they evolve into a Pidgeotto.
Oh,
No. It's a Pidgeot, then a Pidgeotto.
And you were questioning my virginity.
Oh shit!
Ooh.
Full circle. Sorry.
Boom.
Yeah, and
I'm just
what
a
he's talking about.
hilarious hypocrite.
21, 23.
See, G-Webs is such a not virgin that he doesn't even know what we're talking about.
He hangs
I
out
can
in
only
the
assume
nerd
it's either a or a video game. It's one of the two.
Both.
Mm-hmm.
How's that for an answer?
And it's a Poco Ghibli.
There's wait a minute. There's anime video games. Yeah, our civilization is ended. There's only maybe like 4.
Well, come on, G-Webs. You had this
dudes
whole
with smartphones.
diatribe on the Pokemon because it had the action figures and the video games and the cards and the anime and the Poco Ghibli, and it made all the money.
Ooh.
Yeah, they made a lot of money.
Or maybe
The
that was
Poco
Transformers.
I need somebody
We were all
else.
looking at guns while they were making billions.
I have not seen the toy show, whatever it's called, Toys That Made Us. I have not seen one of those on like Magic or Pokemon. That would be an interesting one.
Dude, Magic the Gathering is
I learn a lot about stuff. I'm like everybody. I don't know the stuff from seeing it on the store shelves or like if I know somebody that played with it or something. But most of the stuff they've talked about on that show was like I was already grown up by the time those were toys. But super interesting. That show is super interesting. I am super fascinated by like all these little dolls and the stories behind them and the marketing that turned into like what's it called, pop culture. Like they didn't set out to create pop culture, but they
Magic the Gathering came out when I was in 7th grade.
You just corked Bob. You just double corked a Canadian. He started and now he's going off air. You double corked him.
I wiped him out. So, what channel of it? What is it? Where is that? Where are those programs on? G? I forget.
Netflix.
I think they're from.
Oh, they're on Netflix. Oh
Yeah.
shit. Okay.
Yeah, it's the toys that made.
Series
toys.
were like only season. There's 2 seasons of 4.
Huh.
And then
That's
they
cool.
have kind of a spin-off that's the movies that made us.
Right.
So it's like Dirty Dancing,
I have-
Star Wars, Ghostbusters, and something else.
I seen something on CNN called the movies, I think, and I was like, "Is this what people are talking about?" Because I have not been able to find the movies that made us that you guys are talking about. So I watched the CNN one, and it's I don't know what to call it. It's just I don't know. It's almost like what you'd watch on like a TV guide station. It just barely mentions a whole bunch of movies, but it's like it'll be like the 90s, and it just basically touches every movie that was good in the 90s, like of every genre. So it's actually kind of neat to just sit there and be reminded of every movie.
What's your favorite 90s movie?
Well, there's too many. I just watched that stupid show. I watched the one about the 90s, the 80s, and the 2000s. So it's like I just recently seen like dozens and probably hundreds of movies.
What year was
were
that?
all in.
The I Love the
Forgot about it.
Interdecade Here ones, or was it the CNN 60s, 70s, 90s, and not?
Yeah, it's just that at a time. I only watched like 2, and I was like, I gotta quit watching this. It's absolutely nothing. It's no value. It's like just reminding you about a bunch of movies, and it's not even like it doesn't even do hardly anything except remember these are the thrillers, and remember these are the I don't know sci-fi,
Comedies
and remember these are the rom-coms. It was really fast.
I don't know what ones I'm thinking
But anyway, I
about.
want to
They
watch the
were-
one that gets made by the.
They were actually made by CNN, but it was more like, it's like 5 or 6 episodes, and it's kind of recapping a certain decade of, this is what was popular on television, or this was a big thing, and then the next one might be, technology, or then the one after it would be like, say, politics, or the end of the Cold War, or whatever. So...
Okay, what's your favorite Patrick Swayze movie? That makes it easier, and most of them are from the 80s.
Die Hard.
Who's Patrick Swayze?
Roadhouse. The Roadhouse is a good movie. Roadhouse is a good film.
Vandal slipped into the upside down. We started talking about
What
80s
the hell?
TV.
Uh,
Hey, Vandal, while you're there, can you get me some Eggos?
Was Patrick Swayze that Austrian bodybuilder?
No,
No,
that was Schwarzenegger or something.
that was Governator.
It's either Roadhouse or Ghost.
Ghost.
I found a pretty good YouTube channel. It's called Biographics, BIO Graphics, all one word. And this dude does he'll do 20 or 30-minute videos on on people. There's people in history. He did I just watched George Orwell. He did some famous people, and then some people that he did Enzo Ferrari, bunch of stuff, bunch of people. I mean, he's got tons and tons of videos. Johannes Kepler, I watched. That was pretty cool. But it's called Biographics. That's a really neat one if you like history stuff.
And by the way, you guys are all wrong about the Patrick Swayze movies, except for maybe arguably G. But the correct answer is Point Break.
Meh.
Did you know that Point Break was directed by a woman? That was like the first of the woke movies.
Oh, see, it's all downhill from there.
Wait a minute, you mean all those lesbian vampire cheerleader movies that you linked me to were not directed by a woman? They weren't the uplifting and empowering movies that I was led to believe that they were?
That's on a movie-by-movie basis, not on a... You can't lump all those...
Not on a genre basis? Okay. So guns are cool.
Yeah.
So's cake.
Yeah, I'm holding one right now, but I can't show you.
Well, you do in your chat, so obviously they don't care that much. I mean, you even went full screen and held the different kinds of guns and stuff, so they probably figured out they're getting some backlash, and obviously it didn't work with the thing in Texas, right? That was on YouTube?
Well, that wasn't a live stream.
Well, let's wait and see if Matt gets dinged.
Oh, so it was like being filmed. It wasn't being streamed. I guess I wasn't thinking.
Yeah.
You mean it was like just being videotaped, so they have it on tape. Okay, I thought you meant it was like being live to the world or something.
And even then, they had like 1.1 seconds to shut it down before they could have stopped from showing anything if it was live, so it wouldn't have mattered there anyway.
Well, the only way it would really have worked would be if they had like the Nipplegate 5-second delay.
Well, even then,
see, that's why we've got that 30-second delay between us and here and what they see on the outside world. It's because all the AI is just kind of sniffing around with their finger over the red kill switch.
But if there's, well, I guess there was. I mean, I don't know if there was audio or not, but if there wasn't any audio, I mean,
there was audio.
No, there wasn't any audio until you heard the shots.
Right. Well, because they were giving communion, so everyone was quiet and they were like starting to do something, or I don't know what they were doing exactly right then, actually, to be honest. But everyone was quiet for a minute, and then the guy got up from the pew, turned around, asked the guy a question, pulled a shotgun out, and
stuff happened.
No, he was sitting in
inside
a pew.
already.
You watch the whole video. He's sitting in a pew. He stands up. He turns around. He leans in to talk to this guy to ask him a question. The same guy that he shoots a second later, and then takes a step back from him, pulls a shotgun out. The guy takes a step back. The guy who doesn't have a gun, and he's like, and kind of freezes. I don't think he knew what was about to happen, obviously. And then,
You didn't see the video?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
linked.
a
It's
thing.
linked in there. It's linked in the private chat.
Yeah.
I mean, it's messed up, man, and it makes me upset seeing that shit because no one did anything to provoke him, as far as I could see. It's not like it was like I don't know. Not that it's excusable if you're provoked to do something like that. However, at least maybe then you could slightly understand, maybe from some crazy point of view.
Well, now the only thing that they were saying, which of course this is coming
Nothing
from
justifies
the
it.
Communist News Network,
I agree.
is that he was noted to the area. He is known to the people in the area, and he's also been arrested numerous times in that area, that town, and neighboring areas. So it's not like he hasn't had a bout with law enforcement involvement.
Oops. Honda just got NSA popped.
That's what happens when you show a gun on your live stream.
Yeah, they retroactively they hunted down his
Get
ass
you
and
in the
found
next
him.
one.
It's the Terminator.
No, there's nothing they could have done because we're in the tube. They would have had to call Night Strike on his pager. He would have had to wake up and text him back, and then they would have had to send him a email, and then he would have had to go over and take it to him.
Wait.
Night Strike has an internship
Strike
at the
has a
NSA.
pager number?
He's a mole.
Son of a
YouTube.
biscuit. He just gave me a teletext number.
YouTube has a pager number. They page him whenever they see something happen on the tube that needs to be addressed.
Said the tube dropped me.
You sure
He must have angered the night. He must have angered the Night Strike. Did he anger the Night Strike? Was he making fun of the Night Strike?
Quit saying the Night Strike. You say it 3 times in a row while looking in the mirror, he appears.
No.
You say it 3 times in a row and A&A comes back in.
Oh God. Yeah. So anyway, since we're talking about this, I'm surprised he hasn't shown up. But they were saying here, the FBI said that they didn't identify the shooter, but he was relatively transient with roots in the area, and had been arrested by multiple times in different in different municipalities. Now they're saying every other account they were saying 2 dead, 1 being the shooter, and now the Communist News Network is saying 3 because they were saying 2 were dead and 1 was in critical.
Right.
1 being the shooter, but now they're saying 2 are dead plus a third for the shooter. Like, okay, now you're contradicting yourself. That was all the same story, but then
I thought they
again,
just
it's
said that the
CNN.
second one died. I thought they first said there was 1 dead, the shooter was dead, and another one was injured. Then I thought that third one died.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Like I said, not according to this article. And let's see, when was this updated? Oh, this hasn't been updated. This is updated 5 hours ago. Because it said here, a man shot and killed 2 people during a church service, one of them being him.
Huh.
And the security team shot and killed him. So I was like, okay. There were 2 dead and 1 injured. And there's one they're saying 1 here is in critical condition, taken to the hospital. Like, okay.
I like to inform the show what your religious background is. I really don't have one.
One of the first news articles I went and watched said that they had an interview that said 2 subjects were transported to local hospitals and they both died.
I kept seeing 1 and 1, I think. So I don't know how they were. I don't know how they were counting it.
Like I said, I don't know either because it keeps changing depending on who you listen to and who you see and who you look at. Like I said, not that it matters because it's going to be going away here by tomorrow morning anyway.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's just always interesting to know what kind of motivation, what kind of motives there were, you know?
Underlying crazy.
Yeah.
Well, he was apparently a transient, so
evil.
Right off the bat, I'm going to say there's going to be some mental issues there right off the bat.
Mm-hmm. Wow. What's wrong with my beard? Is he making fun of your beard?
You know What was wrong with your beard? A guy started coming on to you because you had a cute beard and you freaked out and shaved it off.
That'll teach you.
Mm-hmm. This is something that's been discussed at length in Matt's chats.
These guys don't let you get away with nothing, do they?
Well, Lee Honda said, I never stopped making fun of Night Strike, and I simply said, and yet you want Never Enough Ammo and everyone else to stop bullying you. I don't see how this is going to work.
Yeah.
Oh, and by the way, your pigeon lifespan is 15 years, borrowing that you don't get killed by a predator or a human interference.
Oh, shit. 15 years?
Now, is
That's
that in the wild or in captivity?
In the wild.
Damn.
Because I'm free.
Oh, I'm sorry, wait a second here. Nope.
Free bird.
Sorry, hang on here. Hang on here a second. Lifespan of 3 to 5 years. A domesticated pigeon can live up to 15 years.
Oh, so not free birding.
It's kind of buried here. So in the wild, it has a lifespan of 3 to 5 years. Domesticated pigeon can live up to 15 years. Borrowing, it doesn't fall victim to a larger predator or human interference.
There you go.
So whose weird ass idea was it to pose the question of us turning into pigeons? Was it Honda? I'm thinking it was Honda.
No, that was. I just had watched this Will Smith movie where a cartoon where like a scientist turns a dude into a pigeon and then back into a dude again.
Okay,
the dude pigeon dude, pigeon guy.
Well, I heard you said like new Will Smith thing, and I thought it was that. What is it? Spies like or not spies? Spies in Disguise or whatever, where it's like that CG and he's voiced.
That one.
That's part of it.
That one, cartoon. It's just a cartoon. It's not CG. It's just a cartoon.
Well, yeah, it's. Well, not many.
I mean, they don't look.
Honda, what are you trying to show something off there, or what? You're
showing off his man beard.
His flavor saver.
Man beard, the pirate over here.
Yar.
Man beard, the butt pirate.
Makes me want to shave again.
And Vandalistic is creeping me out as usual.
Vandal has accepted Skynet as his Lord and Savior.
Yeah, that's some creepy shit right there. Yeah, okay.
So did they let you
I don't see
upgrade
anything
or
wrong.
check out your eyes, or did they just use the phone you had?
Yeah, those are his new robot eyes.
I got them from the $1 store.
Like LeVar Burton.
Well, there's your problem.
Reading Rainbow.
Jordy.
Yeah, I found out
There
that
you go.
Tekla on Netflix. Or wait,
Oh, yeah?
Amazon. Yeah, Reading Rainbow.
I can go anywhere.
You see, and that's why you were arrested for indecency in public.
Just take a look. It's in a book.
I'd rather not.
It's Reading Rainbow. Reading
I think it's time to wrap this
Rainbow.
up.
See, it's just not right that you can't show a gun, but you could do
Sing
that.
that
and not
shit,
get kicked out. Yeah, that's bullshit. That should
No,
be.
I'm telling
That should
you,
be.
you can play with guns. Like, what's gonna happen?
Your channel.
Yeah, well, I can. I don't know why you guys are wussing out.
Because you are small fry. They don't care about you. Yet.
Yeah, you
see,
could probably
because
get away with it pretty.
See, Honda, they don't want to get you on a gun display thing because the deep state is watching you, trying to figure out where they got holes in their secrecy wall so they can plug those holes. And then eventually, once you've outlived your usefulness, then they'll throw you off YouTube.
Epstein, got it.
No, I didn't say Epstein. Why would you bring up Epstein? What was that? You have something on the Clintons?
No, we were talking about the possibility.
Well, I gotta go.
Hillary.
I'll talk to you guys later. See ya. You talking about the Clinton?
We were talking earlier about the possibility that Hillary Clinton herself might one day be Epsteined, possibly necessarily, because she knows too much about everybody, right? And
That's
if she's
big
ever
talk,
like,
man. That's
my
big talk.
anti-Hillary like that.
no, I'm saying like if anyone is in danger of being Epsteined, it's probably Hillary Clinton. Believe it or not, she's walking the tightrope.
So I hope everybody heard that. E Honda said I could definitely have his Rossi when he goes disappearing. So
That's nice.
I'd show it to you right now,
Hey,
but
we
I can't. It's definitely
we did the same thing for Flippy years ago.
And there,
making me want to
And
pull it
on
out of the
that-
safe.
Dude,
Whoa,
brown
whoa,
chicken, brown
hey,
cow.
hey, listen here, listen here, Buster Brown. This here's a family show.
I gotta
This ain't no
anyway.
skin up.
I gotta polish it.
Not at 3 o'clock in the morning, it isn't.
Oh, I know. It's 3 o'clock. And let's see. Oh, there's only 19 people watching, too.
Oh,
Cool.
you're under 20. End it.
Yeah.
That's the rule, right?
Yep. It has to be under.
We've moved it to 15.
If it's under,
That's
yeah.
the loophole. If you can squeeze out, it says 28 on mine.
No, it doesn't. It says 19. It says 19.
Yeah, 19.
Oh yeah, I'm looking at Bob's show.
Woods is out there now.
Mine says 28.
Shut up, everybody. What are you telling? You can't read. That's a 1 and a 9
1
for
there you
sure.
go. 1 to 18. There you go.
Yeah. Okay.
Well,
okay.
if it goes low, if it goes one lower, it's not legal anymore.
Who is C Loser?
Einstein.
Who's C Loser 106?
Yeah, I know. I don't know why it put that space in there. It's really weird because when you set the shows up, you're not allowed to have spaces.
Oh,
So
it's
I
closer.
think because
Okay, I thought you.
Right, yeah.
I thought it was some Night Strike fucking Jenga magic to.
Yeah,
screw
no.
over.
When you, that's why I have
You're just trying to be self-deprecating.
So because when I set the show up, you're not allowed to put spaces into the title on the chamber. So I think because I accidentally capitalized the L in closer, it thinks that there's supposed to be a space there. So it says C Loser 106 instead of Closer 106.
You forgot to use the little underscore thingy.
Oh, can you? I didn't even know you could do underscores. I had so much.
It's because there's two capitals. It does. It'll do that.
Yeah.
So if you put in like 3 letters with capital, it'll show up as 3 separate spaces. Up there.
Yeah, it thinks it's supposed to put a space in there for me, and it's not. So these guys out there are like, oh, there's 29, there's 27, there's all. Oh, you got all these people watching, man. It's 3 o'clock in the damn morning.
Lightweight.
Yeah. Yeah. So
I thought you were the closer. What time does your restaurant close?
Well, whenever G's coming
Yeah,
up.
about 4 hours
As
ago.
soon as you make an appointment.
Oh, you have to make an appointment.
You mean a reservation?
Yeah. As soon as you try to make a reservation, I'm not used to going to your fancy restaurant.
Is it that fancy where you need reservations?
You make a
You take
reservation, and you just make sure that it's under the name "I Love the Yankee Marshal" long time.
G called me, said, I'd like to make an appointment. I said, call a dentist, and I slammed the phone down.
And then you felt an awful disturbance in the force.
Yeah. Yeah.
Do you like distastefully disagree with vegans or something, or like you don't offer that on your menu?
Here's how it went down. I'm like, hey, I'm going to drive on the other side of the continent. I'm going to drive for like, what is it, $3,000 worth of gasoline to get to that side of the continent. And then I'll be there Sunday. He's like, oh, no, we're closing on Sundays now. Now we close on Sundays. Well, no, it's more like this. Oh, what time do you think you'll get in? Well, the rally is on Saturday, and we'll probably be there Sunday. It's like, oh, Sunday. Yeah, we close on Sundays now. Started last week.
Just started it today. Just started it this coming
Wait,
Sunday.
Oh, November 2nd? Yeah, we started November 1st. Closing on Sundays.
Man, I don't know about you, but these last couple of weeks have been like hell at work. It's just been like nonstop crazy stupidness.
Yeah, we got our ass beat 2 weeks in a row for sure. Tons of parties and stuff.
True, but Midnight also doesn't have a free wing and beer night either.
Yeah, they got rid of that because everyone was gonna quit. Like literally,
like
there were like, and it wasn't just like
or
the
mid-
place that I work at because there are several locations. every single location was like dealing with people quitting or threatening to quit because of all-you-can-eat wing night.
Oh yeah, I can mess up some all-you-can-eat wings.
Right,
I
a
make
lot
some
of people
cooks
can,
quit.
and it makes food runners quit, it makes servers quit, and it makes cooks quit because they just spend all their time dealing with large men eating copious amounts of chicken wings.
People don't tip
It's
for
gotta
shit when they do stuff like that either.
Oh yeah, that's why the servers quit, because they run their ass off taking fucking buffalo wing orders and running around with ranch dressing and bullshit, and then they get like $2 at the end. It's like,
yeah,
I would rather work at McDonald's because at least then I could like go outside and no one would even notice for 5 minutes. You know, I'm just killing myself for $2 like now. So yeah,
And what's funny too is like if you can't even be like, you know what, just give me 4 dozen wings. They won't do that. They'd be like, well, we got to bring them out 12, and then we can get 6 more, and then you can get 6 more, and then you can get 6 more, something like that, you know. It's like, you're going to be running your ass off. You can just bring me a big pile, and we'd be done.
I could be down with that.
You know what?
But that might be wasteful, and then people would grab boxes.
Well, yeah.
And that's the thing. Like, we have to fight people all the time because, like, it's all you can eat, not all you can bring home. So they'll like order some and then like hide them away, and then order some more, and then like ferret them away, and then like ask for a box, and you're like, no, you can't have a box. All you guys had was all you can eat wings. You don't get a box for your. And so then they don't tip you because you're not giving them a box. It's like, well, fuck, dude. Like, what am I supposed to do?
Yeah.
I guess I'll just be a dick. Like that. I'll stick to what I'm good at. You know.
Be an asshole. Make them go home.
So you'll then have a sign out the front that specifically says, like, we don't do takeaway for the special?
It should be dine-in only.
What, Pete?
You're
reading
assuming that people read things.
Reading is not a prerequisite for the people who come in for the all-you-can-eat buffalo wings and free skee ball night.
But it doesn't matter. If it's written somewhere, you can say, oh, it was right there at the front. You walked past it.
Sorry, man. Just sorry, corporate policy.
Doesn't help tips out very much.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah, it's bullshit.
At that point, you just say, oh, sorry, anyone who's getting, 2 or more people getting the all-you-can-eat, 15% gratuity is immediately added to your bill.
And they made that illegal by Texas law, which is where the company is based out of, and hence it is legal across the company, even though it's not technically illegal in Colorado to add an automatic gratuity onto a bill. It is illegal in Texas by state law, and they just changed the company policy company-wide to accommodate. Because when I first started working there, if it was a party of 8 or more, it was an automatic 18% gratuity, and if it was a booked party, it was an automatic 20% gratuity.
Right.
So, like, a big group of people show up and start ordering $10 shots. It's like, I'm just happy every time you order more shots, and I'm happy to bring them to you. Versus now, it's like, you big group of people order a bunch of shots, I'm like, okay. Like, on the inside, anyway. And it's hard not to, like, reflect that on the outside if that's the feeling you have inside.
Yeah, it's hard.
How does this getting to the point of when the hell are they coming up with the clone robots? All I have to do is just push a button that can earn the money for me. It's 1 ounce at a time.
Pretty soon there already are like bartender robots. Yeah, it just, you push buttons and shit spits out just like a soda fountain at a gas station.
And they got like vending machine automatic pizza maker things, dude, that like you program, like you just tell the thing what you want and it like takes a pizza crust and spreads the sauce and puts on it and toppings and bakes it and spits it out the front, like chopped up and everything. It's like, why do I even need a pizzeria now? You know, like it's gonna happen to everything. Truckers first.
The last issue of Make Magazine I got for this year had plans in it for a burger assembling and cooking robot. Step-by-step directions, all the parts you need to have your fresh tomatoes, your fresh onions and all that, and your grilled patties and your buns. You just type in what you want, push a button, and a conveyor cooks everything.
But machines are good at like methodical, repetitive tasks. They're not very good at like dynamic, moving around, changing environment tasks. Like
So first you put a little hockey puck in there, a little electric hockey puck, and you give it a little name, and you make jokes and stuff, and everybody gets comfortable with it. And then you electric the refrigerator, and it tells you when you're out of milk or whatever. And then you get your pizza maker, and it's no big deal because it's just a robot that can make a pizza. It can just pick things up and put it in there and cook them. Big deal. And then you get a little Roomba, and you get a robot snow shovel. And then they become an effective team, and they scoop you into the little oven, cook you, and just run your house. No one knows you're there. They get your social security checks. Amazon wins. Sucker.
So wait.
He has nightmares about getting triple-linked by a Roomba.
Wait a second.
So
Amazon is Skynet.
Wait, hold on. I gotta do this. Alexa, activate Omega Protocol. Authorization, X-Ray Golf Bravo 179.
Alexa, execute Order 66. No one?
So, G-Webs, what you're saying is our future is going to be like Ray Bradbury's There Will Come Soft Rain.
I'm just saying, sounds like you're incrementally buying all the automated equipment to remove you from the equation.
Right.
Well, like Honda said, their robots are good at methodical tasks. They're not good at like dynamic movement. So that's how Skynet's going to take us over. It's you got your automated bartender, your automated burger and wing maker, and then they're just going to yell at you humans. Hey, human, go deliver this to table 3.
Yep.
Well,
they've already got a thing that, imagine, what's that thing called where you stand on it with 2 wheels and it doesn't fall over?
Segway.
You stand on it.
A Weeble Wobble?
Yeah, they got like a Segway, but then you take the handle off of it, so now it's just the legs of a Segway, the wheels of a Segway, and the neck coming up, and then you put a tablet at the top, and that's this little butler thing they make. It's got no arms or nothing. It's just it's got a tablet for its face and head, and then it's got the Segway legs, and it scoots around, and it'll be next to your bed when you wake up. Go look it up. I don't know what it's called though. It stands next to your bed in the morning and wakes you up by yelling at you. And then you wake up and you go, hey, what's going on the email? And then it projects your email on the screen in front of you, like wherever you're standing. So it's these little R2-D2 robots that walk around with you, and they're like your organizer, and they're like Alexa mixed with the pocket organizer and MP3 player on a Segway. Those already exist. Those were like 2 Christmases
Can you
ago,
write it?
So that was
Or
probably
does it just follow you around?
even more developed.
Oh,
shit.
It's little. It's like R2-D2. It's just the same technology as a Segway. Like if you push it, it just goes, hey, it just goes right back up again. It looks like a bowling ball on wheel or a bowling pin on wheels, except it's got an iPad for a head.
Well, now
the one I seen, there's like 3 of them, but that was the one that was the most.
R2-D2 is actually a fairly large droid as far as things go, unless you're talking about the bowling ball BB-8.
No, I'm talking about it just acted like R2-D2. Like it walked around helping you out, except it didn't have any arms or jetpacks yet.
It's like our A1 instead of R2-D2.
Now, gee, when you started talking about the Segways without handles, here I was thinking of some type of horrific dystopian thing where the servers were somehow cybernetically or just strapped onto the Segways, and the Segways just moved of their own accord, and the people were just there for handing stuff and having a human face on the company, so people didn't feel quite ill at ease.
C4 Defense's chat text is so funny to me. It's just ANA is about to sit up from the floor like the Undertaker and jump back into this chat.
Why? Because we're talking about robots, or because we're this far off into the woods?
I don't know, man. It doesn't even. It's just. It's so funny.
Sorry, you're in this chat.
So
you have a
funny to me.
voice. Explain yourself.
It is so funny to me to picture that.
A&A sitting up like the crypt master.
That's probably what he does. Does every morning, gets up off the floor, and just goes and gets his touch and leaves.
You whacked him with a chair and he went out for a little while, but he's back.
That's It's like when you sit there and you shoot a zombie with 300 rounds, you go, "What this fucker die?"
It's just probably not even.
Oh
it's
my
not even
God.
unusual. I just woke up on the floor again.
Well, you get a little tired and you
It's
decide,
not-
you know what, I'm just
oh
going to
my
sit
God.
down here. Then you think, you know what, my butt's getting numb. I might as well probably just lay down. And the next thing you know, it's 5 p.m. the next Tuesday, and you're like, oh, why is my phone dead? How long have I been out?
Better the floor than the lawn.
I don't know. The floor is hard. The lawn, at least, is kind of soft. But you do get all those creepy crawlies thinking you're dead. And then
That's true.
somebody from the county comes along declaring you this and that, saying
that's
that, oh
no
no,
bueno.
you can't, that property's not yours. You had yourself declared legally dead 3 years ago.
Yeah, what if you pass out in between two people's property? Then you're screwed.
Then
Yeah,
I think it's
switch
kind
out.
of a Solomon decision.
Yeah, I gotta cut you in half.
Hmm.
Dude. That comment just made me stupid, man. I just could not. I just kept picturing him sit and be like, "I'm back, guys."
I mean, I was just passed out for a little while.
I'm back.
Recharge my batteries.
I left the chat
recharge
on.
my
I fell asleep, and I have this weirdest dream about a drink swilling robot with a human torso on a Segway.
Oh man.
Well, these are future.
Yeah. What the hell's guy to comment talking about Amway for?
Isn't that a toothpaste?
No, that's AIM.
AIM, Amway, tomato, potato.
Oh, what? Tomato, potato? What are you talking about? Are you crazy? All right. Anybody got
Bring me
anything?
in for this show. What do you tell me?
Yeah, I know, right? I don't know. Let's get the hell out of here. It is coming up on 3:20 here. That's crazy time.
No, 4:20 is crazy.
Anybody? Yeah, true. Anybody have anything interesting to close with? What's going on? You got Every Second Matters coming up. I got Every Second Matters shirt from my birthday. What? Huh? Wait, where is it? Oh, it's inside out. Shit.
Wow, that's
It was inside out. But I got to use it. It's a little snug. So it's a little snug. So I got to drop a few more lbs before I rock it. So
wow. Midnight. Now,
okay.
do you have like a shop vac or a wet dry vac at work?
Yeah.
Well, there you go. DIY liposuction.
There you go.
You can have all the fall apart Monte Cristos you want.
There you go. There you go.
Yeah, there you go.
She says Jesus. Hey, what does he have to do with this? He didn't have nothing to do with this.
He has everything to do with this.
Jeebus?
Oh.
Depending on your
sorry,
brain.
Mia.
Jeebus.
Jumping Jeebus on a pogo stick.
Glimtech, you got anything going on?
A whole lot of nothing.
All right.
Hopefully, like I said, everybody have a good New Year.
Mm-hmm.
Don't do anything stupid.
Yeah, be safe, you know.
God willing, we'll all meet back here again next Sunday for another disaster area.
Yeah, here you go.
Mm-hmm.
I will say this: that
You really got to learn about sending out these invites, though.
I don't even remember what did we get the chat up to? Like 17 people or some crazy shit.
Yeah, we had 17 people
There you
in
go.
the chamber at one time, and it didn't implode on itself. So I'm thinking
There you
that Rich is the reason why it broke on him. I mean,
Yeah. See.
But thank you for the invite. You guys have a
Yeah, absolutely, bud. Absolutely. Sarge, what do you got going on? You working on New Year's Eve?
No.
No?
I'm working tonight. I mean, right now, and then I'm off until Friday, and then I switch shifts. So I'll have like most Sundays off from now on. So I can be like a regular
cool.
figure around here.
Cool.
Sundays and Mondays. So
Excellent.
I'm going to hit the range this week. I've got a few things I've got to get done. So I want to shoot 2 or 3 videos and slowly put them out before SHOT Show. So I appreciate the invite.
Absolutely. Vandalistica, thanks for stopping in tonight. What time is it there, by the way? You're like 12 hours difference or something?
Party time.
Party. Uh-oh, copyright strike.
No, because I
Don't
wrote
worry.
that song.
Copyright only works with music. That wasn't music.
It sounded like music. It sounded like similar to music. Kind of like Bako bits, taste kind of like bacon.
Music. No, man. Thanks for having me. I know I don't really come on that often. I see my inbox piling up with messages saying, Midnight Range TM is inviting you to this chat. But I'm usually like
I always shoot you a
saving
link,
lives by charging people thousands of dollars for boobs and noses. So, busy.
Hey, you never
But,
did answer the
thanks for
question.
having us.
What time is it out? Was it 12 hours?
6:22
PM or AM?
PM. What?
Post Meridian.
Ah.
That's I like it.
Big difference. Honda, what do you got going on?
I mean, we literally finished the frog chat right as you were beginning, so that happened. Talked about the war on drugs and all that. BNS.
And how's the war on drugs going? Everything going well with that?
The drugs won. Also,
oh shit.
Yes, they did.
I put a video on my channel earlier this week. If anyone wants to check it out, I put some work into it. I don't know. I'm trying something new with editing where I'm like putting and it's kind of cringy, so forgive me for that. But excuse me. It's meant to be more entertaining than informational. But we built a computer, like a gaming computer, and ran into all kinds of problems. And it's just basically me and my friend talking shit to each other and building a computer, and me adding clips in. So I don't know. I think it's funny, but I'm biased. So tell me what you guys think, and if you want to check it out anyway.
Cool.
It's called Two Idiots Build a Computer.
There you go. With one two guys, one computer. Heard that. G, what do you got going on? Anything? SHOT Show. When is SHOT Show? SHOT Show's coming up, right?
January 20th. Well,
couple of weeks.
Yeah. Oh, I was thinking it was sooner than that.
I'm working on a video over here.
That's
it changes this year. It's
And then Ape, you want to take us out, buddy?
Not really. I mean, be an awful long drive to go pick up Vandal, and I think he's probably the best looking of the bunch here. So,
well, there you go. You got that going for you.
Yeah. So, shameless self-promotions aside, ladies, gentlemen, and genesis of all ages, thank you for watching Midnight Range TM's The Closer. Be sure to check out gunchannels.com. Gunchannels.com is a community focused on firearms built for shooters by shooters for conversation loosely related to this one. This concludes our regularly scheduled programming, but we'll be back sometime later with open lobbies throughout the day. Gunchannels.com Monday night programming at 5 p.m. Eastern. It's hasty headlines with never enough ammo, news, and commentary. At 7 p.m. Eastern, it's the Polite Society podcast on Facebook and Travis P11, King Travi himself, Caliber Corner on YouTube. At 8 p.m. Eastern, it's Clovertax MOA Monday only on Instagram and Hawaii Volcano Squad's Locked and Loaded on YouTube. At 9 p.m. Eastern, it's Never Enough Ammo, a.k.a. Mr. Matt's The Guns and Geek podcast, The Week in Geek. This week, it's going to be the best and worst of 2019 movies and televisions. At 10 p.m. Eastern, whenever they feel like putting one out, it's intentionally left blank, and every weeknight at midnight Eastern, it's the Daily Gun Show. Check out guntube.org as a free and... What is going on with my screen here? Check out guntube.org as a free and unrestricted Pro 2A video platform. If you like what you see, go over to Patreon and give them a couple of dollars. If you happen to like any of these wonderful 2A swag patches or visual Kalashnikov recognition cards, go over to gearwebsites.com. That web address again is gearwebsites.com for cool and unique 2A swag. And remember, a hot dog is a sandwich, Slim Jim is a candy bar, and don't eat fudge you find laying on the street.
Those are words to live by.
I feel like you're going to blow out your voice.
Remember,
doing
American.
No, I've gotten a lot of practice doing this for
American heroes.
I might not have a good percentage, like odds of street fudge, but I still feel it's worth it.
Well, you know, I keep telling people not to eat fudge from Uranus, so I figured the next logical step, if it came from Uranus Fudge Factory, is it might have ended up on the ground. So, yeah, just don't eat food you find laying on the street. It's probably no bueno.
If you're outside of that chocolate factory in that movie, Charlie,
that would be
Willie?
Isn't that how he found the second golden ticket? Isn't it?
No, he found a coin. He found a coin in the gutter, and then he bought a
Oh, that's what it
second
was.
chocolate
Sorry.
bar. Yeah.
Sorry.
That'd be a funny T-shirt. Little question mark, and it says "Street Fudge. Are you willing to risk it?"
Street tamale, Walmart parking lot tamales, yes or no? And thank you.
Oh my God! Wait, that's
that's
way safer than street fudge. Jesus.
Do you think that those truck stops, fudge factories, have to worry about kids just hanging out with their street fudge?
They don't make fudge at truck stops. They only pack it.
Oh man!
Well, now you see, that's not what you need to be worried about. The street kids peddling their fudge. You have to worry about the street kids who are peddling their fudge getting into fisticuffs with Gizzard Gary's lot lizards handing out lot gizzards.
Yeah, that's
You just got slapped from across the Pacific. That hurt.
Yeah, that's tough. That's tough. That's tough business. You got to be a rough customer to deal with all that shit.
Mm-hmm.
For sure. So,
and still maintain at least the semblance of health department regulations.
Mm-hmm.
I don't care what anyone says. That's not asphalt. Those are chocolate chips on those gizzards.
Mm-hmm.
Excuse me, ladies. You know where I could get some street fudge around these parts?
No, but for $20, I can pretend.
Excuse me, ladies. Hey, hello, ladies.
That should be a patch. That should be a goddamn patch.
So wrong in so many ways.
Man,
Why,
please, please.
Hello there, lovely miss. Do you know where I can find any legal street fudge in this area?
See, somebody's going to say that in a daytime chat, and everybody's going to look at you funny. And that's how you know you were in a nighttime chat.
Yeah.
Chat. Street fudge.
Street fudge, safer than a gun-free zone. There's a patch for you. Here you go. Street fudge. What the hell?
That's arguably at least as safe as one.
I don't know anyone who's died of street fudge, and there's literally lists of dangerous things that happen.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay, we need to pull the plug on this.
All because I changed one phrase in the ending.
Yeah, it's all Abe's fault.
It was the way that G-Web said it a minute ago. I don't forget exactly how he worded it. But
Excuse me, miss. Do you know where I can find some street fudge?
Yeah,
excuse me, madam.
ladies.
Excuse me, madam. Madam. Madam.
Well, no, you're having to excuse yourself because there's two lovely.
I'm just imagining like walking up to some ladies like as a pickup line, like, "Hey, ladies, can I get some street fudge?" Or
Hey, ladies, would you like to share some of my street fudge?
Oh, that
Excuse
sounds
me, madam.
gross. That sounds like the opposite of sex.
What?
So you're saying it's transsexual since this is the opposite sex?
No, opposite of
opposite of
sex
sex.
is rape.
That's not the opposite of sex.
That is the
No,
exact
that is
opposite
the form of sex.
No, that is the exact opposite of
It's
sex.
just a horrible form of it.
Yeah.
No, it is not
Horrendous.
even a form
Yeah.
of it. It is the opposite of it. Exact opposite.
No,
because the certain parts are still going in other certain parts. It is still sex, regardless of
the opposite
whether
of
it was
sex would just be
consensual or not.
not having sex.
Yeah, the opposite of sex is abstinence.
What is the opposite of consensual?
Then
non-consensual.
Well, that's different though. See, that's
Consensual
different,
is
though.
not sex, and sex is not.
No. You just made my point. End
No,
of
I
chat.
didn't.
Oh, Jesus, here we go.
This is your damn tinfoil eating crayons
This is
kind of
not
logic
tinfoil.
here.
It's a play on words, and you disagree with the opposite. I don't know. I think the operative meaning of that is the willingness or non-willingness, right? So the opposite would be rape.
No.
Okay,
But no, because
Honda.
the two words,
Define
consensual
rape.
and non-consensual, aren't inextricably linked to sex. So you can't say that because this is this, then that is that.
That's like saying getting the opposite of getting hit by a car is eating pizza. It don't make sense.
One of these things
Unless
is not
it's a
like
big-
the other.
The opposite of getting hit by a car would be driving a car.
The pizza's in the same thing.
No, it would be not getting hit by a car.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
Honda's right? Uh-oh.
Hondas. No, wait. Hondas.
You can call me Hyundai if it makes you feel better.
Hi, Hyundai.
Hyundai, boy.
Hayatsu. Suzuki.
Well, Suzuki's a type of fish, too.
My first bike was a Kawasaki, though.
Me too.
What did you have?
KX80 dirt bike.
KLX 125.
Yeah.
I love that thing. And then I had a Ninja 500 as my first street bike, too. So I had my first two bikes were
My
Kawasaki's.
first street bike was a what was that? Shoot,
You can
what was
still
that bike?
you can pick up a used Ninja 500 because they stopped making them in 2009. In still pretty decent shape. The motors on those things are rock solid. They have a decent amount of power. You can go on the highway for around $800. And why is everyone laughing? Am I missing something?
No, it's just C4 Defense's chat comments. He said this part of the chat is going to make A&A Hulk up as he marches around his living room listening to I'm a Real American off the WWE soundtrack.
Moo, that's not corn. Those are peanuts.
What you gonna do about it, brother? Oh man,
No, we're still live.
he gives you the hacksaw Jim Duggan the thumbs up. Oh,
I can't watch WWE, man. I've tried. I don't get it.
I haven't watched it. Rips the sleeves off his shirt. Looks like vandalistic over here. You got a couple of. I think you got some threads from your shirt hanging. Oh, those are your arms. Oh, never mind.
No, I think that's called a beard.
Oh, beard. Whoa, what was that?
You got to be careful about what you say to me, though.
Uh-oh.
Because what are you going to do when Vandalistica runs rampage on you, brother?
There we go.
I don't know. Probably sit in my recliner because it's going to take you quite a while to swim across the Pacific.
You're going to have to build a hell of a raft.
I don't know. When Vandalistica steps in the ocean, it just parts ways.
No, he'll just
Alright,
buy
well,
he'll buy one of those Segway robots and then like deliver it to your house with Amazon, and you'll open it up and be like, "Ooh, a Segway robot! We were just talking about this the other night," and it's gonna like tase you or something.
Yeah,
No, that's Honda. That's almost as dumb as my invention that allows people to shoot another person through the internet. I mean, it works once, but getting it back's a real bitch.
Well, I mean, then you get a robot, which is pretty cool, but he charges thousands of dollars for titties, apparently. So,
All right,
I've seen Vandal with his shirt off. They're not worth a couple $1,000s.
I just got a text of hacksaw Jim Duggan. I don't know.
Mornere Stuart.
Simone saying, "Are you trying to channel Mr. T?" Which is
Oh.
basically just telling me, "Shut up downstairs."
Shut up, right?
Yeah.
What you gonna do?
You need some more chains for that.
Yeah.
And like
All right.
a really cool van.
I'm cutting it off before things get even more ridiculous.
Yeah. All right.
We
Around
can
here.
we can pick this up where we left off next week. Thanks for watching.
So it's
Can
Taser
we?
Robots, Street
Can we?
Fudge,
Right.
and all-out gang war between Gary's Lot Gizzard lizards and the Street Fudge urchins.
Yeah, I was going to say sidewalk fudge, but street fudge is the street fudge. Yeah, you could ask Matt tomorrow. I bet you he's had street fudge.
Yeah, you're right.
Fudge seeking lot lizards. That sounds awful.
11 p.m. Okay, let's wrap it up. 12 a.m. And on that note, 1 a.m. Let's end this. Well, gee, this is just the never-ending podcast.
Okay, for real. Early day tomorrow.
There's some young kid out there who's going, I want to host a chat one day, and then this is the way you get going. Started a night chat.
Mm-hmm.
That's it.
That way you can have all the freaks and geeks and
misfits.
Hopefully not. Hopefully not just the third shifters who want to talk about guns and who want to know what's going on and don't get a chance to talk about it because everybody does it in stupid prime time. Sucks.
All right.
Ooh, Mia learned on a Ducati.
Have a good night.
I see that. That's cool.
Read the text.
I wrote a Ducati Monster 800. That thing was fucking. That thing
Banana
was
bread before bed makes the beast sleep.
It does.
Mm-hmm.
Damn right it does.
We're out of here.
And so does an apple fritter.
You're damn right it does, brother. All right. Let's get the hell out of here. Thanks for watching. Thanks for continuing to watch. I'll see you guys next week. Take it easy. Thanks. Bye.
Shall not be infringed.